Okay, let's go for this. Welcome, travelers. Welcome once again to another episode of these very, very awkward and strange and peculiar Bible study devotionals that we're trying to do. Which, I don't even know if I'm doing these things right, but I'd like to try and just attempt to meditate on the Word of God. And I'd like to think we have the technologies right now to just kind of peer into the Word. Just kind of, I don't know, practice maybe reading aloud. Maybe we're practicing to hone our words, maybe learning to craft our words, maybe to gain a little bit more of an eloquent speech or something like that. Or we're just trying to practice throwing some lines out for the Lord. We're just kind of maybe we're even just trawling out there, just kind of throwing them out there. And we're just kind of turning on the engines, and we're just gonna just let them run out there, you know. Or maybe trying to practice sowing some seeds out in the field, and maybe even potentially watering some seeds of faith. And we're gonna just take some time, and anybody that is gonna peer into this, I don't know if you guys are or not. I don't know. But if you guys don't want to listen to the Bible study, you guys could just, maybe go over the next hour, and I will get into some bike riding and some maybe potentially some drawing and painting today. Now, I do want to mention, I know these streams are really weird because, I kind of just start off, just boom, we're going to just do a Bible study. It's actually kind of brutal, actually. But the thing is, if you were to meet me in person, in real life, it's not like I'm just like talking about the Bible like 24/7, right? I'm actually wondering, and now I have never really looked up any sermons on this per se, but I am kind of curious as into the nature of maybe reading the room. Reading the people that you are potentially surrounded by, which that is kind of the weird thing, is because I'm kind of just in here by myself at the moment. It's just like, so I can't really, I guess, and it's kind of weird, right? But we're also, it does make me ponder upon becoming fishers of men, and also how we're called to go out into the lost sheep like the Lord Jesus Christ did. And it really makes me ponder, who are the lost sheep of today, right? Because unfortunately I meet many people actually that come up, maybe not many, but more than more than I thought I would meet. I do meet people that felt condemned because of Christianity and stuff like that. And sometimes I really don't know what to say to them, because I'm just like, well, I wasn't there. I wasn't really, I don't know how to deal with this. And so I don't know if I probably need to look up some sermons on that too, but it's just something I never thought I'd really encounter. But anyway, I really didn't know what I was going to get into today. And this is the weird thing about these Bible studies, right? It's not like I pre-plan these Bible studies. It's not like I write them down. I'm going to just say all this stuff, right? Because the thing is, how I like to think about it is I'm going to be riding my bike this much anyway, so I can just try and just practice, practice just peering in the Word of God. So today it's going to be a little bit different. Now, some days we do these Bible studies a bit different, right? Sometimes we, maybe there's a verse that I hear from another believer, and I'm just like, I want to kind of read a little bit more on it. Or maybe there's a combo that I hear somebody bring up, or maybe it's just a single word. Maybe even the word like zeal or energy or you could look up any one of these words, right? And you could look up like Bible verses on it, and maybe find some combos. And so today what we're going to do is a little bit different. Since I actually didn't know what to do today, I turned on the stream, I was like, what am I even going to do? I mean, I guess I could have put a little bit more forethought into, what we're going to do, but I was kind of running out of time. So the thing is, this is what I did. So I do use this thing, it's called Random Bible Verse. It's that's it right there. Now it sounds kind of ridiculous, but first thing when I wake up, this is actually the site that I go to, and I just press that button. But this is the one that came up just now. before I got on stream. So we're going to get into this, and we're just going to maybe look up some commentaries. Hopefully there's a commentary on there. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a commentary on here. I have yet to find a verse without a Bible commentary. If you guys know any, that'd be kind of funny if you can find a verse that doesn't have, there might be actually some maybe in the Old Testament, maybe like in Numbers or something, but I've yet to find one without a Bible commentary. But this is the verse we're going to get into today. Maybe ponder on it. It says, "Do not let any unwholesome talk come out of your mouths, but only what is helpful for building others up according to their needs, that it may benefit those who listen." Now, it's kind of weird because I have read this verse many times before, but it's weird that it says according to their needs. And that kind of makes me wonder, well, what if I meet somebody and I don't even know who this person is? It's like, what kind of needs do these people need? And it's kind of wondering, and I'm wondering if there's maybe something along the lines of maybe having some observation, maybe a little bit of deeper observation. Maybe it might just even be, maybe even a sense of tonality on their words. You know, when you meet somebody that's really sad or something, or you meet some dude that's just like super angry or something, you can generally tell in their words a little bit. So maybe that could be some observation we could take in, because we're supposed to be building others up. And I'm still kind of wondering, how do I even do that? How do I build others up with my words? Do I just go, "Keep it up, dude. You got this, bro. Keep shredding the gnar"? I don't know how we do it. I guess just kind of maybe giving some encouragements, maybe showing that we're thankful for, things that they're offering, or, maybe we could be maybe giving some advice. I know this happens to a lot of artists many times. Many times it's kind of, it's like when, I feel like I even have trouble with this as well, as, like when you want to maybe give a critique to somebody, but also you don't want to hurt their feelings, or you don't want to because sometimes, they have put in a lot of work on something, and you don't want to just be like, "Hey man, you should maybe try this and try this and try this," because they might just take it the wrong way. And so I'm kind of wondering if there's kind of almost like this double-edged sword on building others up, but also could we get over on that other pinnacle of it almost feels like we're trying to hurt them, or maybe unfortunately, just like the people that I've met that unfortunately has come up to me and they said they felt condemned because of Christianity. I just go, okay, well, it's crazy that I've met many, unfortunately, many souls that have come up to me and they go, I was once a believer, but now I don't even want to believe anymore. And it's just so strange that they once had faith, and now this seed of faith has gotten ripped out. And we kind of went into that yesterday, right? Because actually, if we go into the parable of the sower, this is actually one thing that Satan actually does, is he does not want the seed of the Word of God to grow in people's hearts. He actually wants to rip them out. And it's weird because now when I ponder and I just observe my own life, I just kind of go, am I planting more seeds, or am I ripping more seeds out? And now it's kind of like, and I feel like, I guess that almost kind of just goes into this right here, because it just really makes me wonder, am I building others up? Or am I kind of tearing people down? I know it seems kind of like common sense, right? But it is just kind of weird to think about, right? But so we're gonna look up some commentaries now, and I guess that's kind of my own foresight, maybe not foresight, but just forethought. I guess it's also making me think about James. I think it's James 3, and he kind of goes into we have to be very careful about our words, and we've covered that many times, right? But right now, we're going to look up some commentaries. I don't know. Let me see. What else? Unwholesome talk come out of your mouths, but only what is helpful for building others up, according to their needs. I feel like that's such a weird one. It's like, what happens if I don't know the person's needs at the moment? I feel like that. Hopefully, one of the commentaries goes into that, right? So yeah, let's look up Ephesians 4:29, and let's do a commentary. Let's see what commentaries we got up in here. So we're going to type in Ephesians 4:29, commentary. Okay, let's see here. So this is what we looked up. Ephesians 4:29 commentary on Google. And let's see here. Let's go to Bible. Let's read some of these ones up on here. For some reason, this site always uses the KJV version. We'll read the KJV version. What does KJV version say? It says, "Let no corrupt communication proceed out of your mouth, but that which is good to the use of edifying, that it may minister grace unto the hearers." That's actually worded much. That's actually, I mean, it's generally worded that's somewhat very similar, but it is interesting reading the KJV version on that one. Edifying, encouraging, exhorting people, right? And I feel like that could even be, I mean, if it's even using the word edifying, that goes into kind of like exhortations, and we did do some Bible studies on exhortations. Now, it is kind of interesting thinking about exhortations and then thinking about kind of almost like if you were to encourage somebody, right? Imagine you being an encourager to somebody else, right? Would you want to be slothful? Would you be encouraged by the very slothful person just being like, "Oh, I'm totally bored. I don't even want to do this right now. I'm not even going to," I feel like sometimes, I feel like this can actually happen unintentionally sometimes. Have you ever been in a conversation where kind of like they're just like, yeah, it's kind of like they don't it's kind of like they don't really, they're maybe doing something a little bit more, and they kind of just, and I feel like enthusiasm can be maybe even a way into edification. I might be wrong on that though, because I think I feel like there's always this kind of there's always this double-edged sword on things, because I do feel like if we are too enthusiastic, maybe it might come across as conceited, maybe we're kind of pushy, maybe something like that, and sometimes I don't even realize that. This is the weird thing about what I'm thinking about with just this verse in general, is I feel like a lot of this stuff I don't even really personally know if I'm where I am on even the ladder or the scale of the scope of all this stuff. But even just thinking about this and thinking about this almost kind of like verbally, hopefully we can kind of like even take into consideration any of this stuff, because I mean, if you just unfortunately go onto Instagram not even just Instagram, basically anywhere on the interwebs, maybe not anywhere. There are some places, honestly, it's kind of weird. I don't, maybe it's because there's mods on Twitch and stuff like that. I don't even have mods and stuff on this one, but maybe because there are mods that generally don't see very, very, very negative, putrid comments, right? Because man, it is brutal, man. I don't know what happened to Instagram, bro, but dude, I go on some people's posts and like there's like people with like straight up like medical like disorders, like just like they're physically disabled or something like that. And you go on the comment section, these people are just bagging on them. And I understand that they think it's funny. And unfortunately, when I was younger, I would actually probably think it was funny too. But now as I ponder the deeper aspects of the impacts words can have, it's actually just brutal. And I'm just like, man, dude, it almost seems like it's just this mob of little demons or something like this, bro. Like if you see some of these comment sections, bro, it's just like, and I think what started happening is I think it's the like thing. Because you know how like on Instagram you go on and you see the comment and now it has likes? People can literally like the comment. Well, I think what starts happening is if somebody is making fun of somebody and they're like, boom, and then everybody just thinks it's like funny or something and they just keep upvoting that one, and then that comment that's kind of like hurtful is the first one there. Now everybody wants to kind of like feed on that, like almost like this pack mentality of just like these horde of just little demons just kind of like going in there and just like, maybe not, I don't want to say demons, I don't know if they're demons, but maybe just this horde of just kind of like negative kind of like mind frame. And here's the other thing, I have to also have empathy towards them, because many times they don't even realize that they're even like being negative. I think many times they just want to be funny, right? They just think it's funny. But here's the other ironic situation, is I've literally encountered people, it sounds ridiculous, but I've literally known people that have gotten into literal like fist fights and like pretty gnarly fights because of like social media comments and stuff like this. And it's just kind of ridiculous. And I'm just like wondering, like, how does this even go about? And it's just like strange. And I actually think there is another deeper aspect when we think about the scope of all this stuff as well. And it's the tonality of our words, which I think is very weird, because I mean, I know if you were a writer, now it's so strange because I do these Bible study devotionals, right?
But I don't really write that much. I mean, I write some Bible verses and stuff like on a drawing or something, but it's not like I just flat out write chapters and chapters and chapters of these books and stuff like this, right? But the thing is if you are a writer, you generally can write and come across as putting some emphasis or tonality with your words, or honing your words to where it shows a bit more personality, or maybe just their emotional state. Whereas now, if we go on certain platforms, it's just like you have 140 characters, bro. You think you're going to put some sort of straight up emotional state, like some deeper resonance of a character, or just how you're even thinking about, or just your feelings in a 140 character thing. It's like, I feel like sometimes that's what makes people just like blurt out just these abrupt statements that kind of just want people to just kind of, they just kind of want to just like, they just want to shock people. They're just, just very fast and just very abrupt, right? Whereas like, when we think about it that way, it's like it is harder to be like, okay, well, maybe that guy was just joking around, and maybe he just finds it funny. But then in other cases, if you were to read some of these same comments imagine if you were reading some of these comments, right? And we had the empathy of somebody that was literally going to just take a gun and shoot themselves in the head. Would they read some of these comments? Like, they would probably read some of these comments and be like, reading it in such a different tonality in their own mind. And this is what's trippy about words, right? Because many times we don't really think about all the, I guess, the other implications of people's emotional states that read these words. And it's actually just crazy to me, because I know it sounds cheesy. It shouldn't actually sound cheesy, but a lot of this stuff that we're actually kind of getting into at the moment, it kind of even goes into the whole aspect of like bullying and stuff like this, right? And it's crazy. It's actually just crazy to me because, if you get into, I've watched some documentaries and stuff. I mean, you could look it up on YouTube and stuff. Documentaries on like school shooters or like these mass shooter people and stuff like this, right? And the thing is like a lot of times these people, I mean, I wouldn't say, I don't want to say it as a big blanket statement, but a lot of times these people were actually bullied when they were younger. And it was kind of like this weird snowball effect of like, these people hurting this person, and now this person's hurt, and now they just gotten so hurt to the point now they just want to hurt everybody else. And unfortunately, this is actually a common occurrence, and I hate to say it, but I wish it could just totally end. I wish we could totally end all this stuff, and nobody would want to kill each other, and everybody would just, there would be more love and, empathy, and just having people just be like, okay, well, let's just help each other out. But the thing is I feel like, I honestly think this might even be a reason why we're starting to see more mass shootings and just people just going crazy, is because of just the whole social kind of technological sphere that we're in, and because maybe we don't use our words, we don't actually speak it, like we use it in a tongue manner of just speaking the words, but we're having to write all these things, and now, I don't know, maybe it's kind of tripping everybody out, and I maybe not everybody, but just certain people, right? But anyway, let's keep going. We're going to read some comments. We're going to read some commentaries on this. Let's see what they bring up on here, right? So, let's see. What is the first one going to say? What is it going to say? I guess we'll read this one. What is it going to say? We're going to read Ellicott's commentary. Let no corrupt communication. The word rendered corrupt is a strong word signifying rotten, used in Matthew 7:17 through 18, and elsewhere in the literal sense. Here alone in the metaphorical by the word corrupt word, probably here is meant especially the foul word, which is rotten in itself and spreads rottenness in others. It's weird because even just reading that, it does remind me. I'm like trying not to get into James 3 just because, man, I've gotten into James 3 so many times, and it's just like, I know, I'm just going to bring up a couple verses in James right now, but I know there is this part right here that says, if we go into it, it says, but no human being can tame the tongue. It is a restless evil full of deadly poison, right? With it we bless our Lord and Father, and with it we curse people who are made in the likeness of God. From the same mouth come blessing and cursing. My brothers, these things not be so. Now, the reason why I bring these verses up a lot is probably because we've done we've probably done 4 Bible studies on just curses and blessings, right? And cursings are brutal. Like cursings, and now I think when most people, it's weird when I bring up this word, and it's strange that we associate cursings with a curse word, right? Like in, like the F word or the S word or all these. Now the thing is that I honestly don't think those are true curses, right? And I also have had people ask me why I don't curse, and it's because I worked at Woodward for 7 months, and basically if you curse I don't know how it is at Woodward East. I've never worked there, but I worked at Woodward West, right, for 7 months, and doing the creative skate. I used to draw on these skateboards, right? And the thing is there's these leader people, and if you went around and you're cursing in front of these kids, you have like this check mark thing, and then they'd like, if you had too many of them, they'd like fire you or something like that, right? Because you're supposed to be this, I don't know, role model for these kids or something like that, right? And it was weird because that totally just changed my vocabulary. When you're hanging around all these people that can't curse either, you just kind of just start talking that way. But the thing is, I honestly don't think those curse words are literal curse words. I feel like a true curse, in the sense of what James is going into, a true curse, I think, would be a phrase that kind of can occupy an individual's mind, that even gets them into a very negative state, right? Even just thinking about, we all get a lot deeper into that. We're trying not to get into that because I've just done so many Bible studies on that, but it is something to ponder on, right? But let's keep going. What is it going to say? I guess even it makes me even think about, maybe we'll look into, because when I'm thinking about this, I'm wondering, like, even if, could we tell, right? Can anybody here tell when somebody is super pessimistic, right? Or when somebody's very, very optimistic, right? I feel like I don't know. I feel like it's very easy to tell, because I feel like many times we're like, oh, well, they're just very negative all the time, right? Whereas, like, and it's weird because in some cases I don't know if people are they're really aware that they're like that. But I feel like I can really kind of tell when somebody's like that. And unfortunately, they might be like that because they've gotten so hurt. Maybe the world's just like, or maybe not even the world, but maybe just others have just always just put them down. And now they are just this pessimistic person all the time, just always negative. And I just feel like in some weird level, you can kind of feel that energy, right? You can almost feel it sometimes. Now, it's actually weird because we're going into this verse right here, and we're supposed to upbuild them up from their needs with our words, right? And so how would we heal somebody how could we heal somebody just with our tonality of our words to kind of encourage them? To be like, hey, man, like, bro, and it's so crazy. And here's the other weird thing, right? Here's the other really, really, really strange thing that I've been learning, right? Which I never took into consideration right now as well. And this actually goes in the totality of what we're talking about. Now, I've learned this from stuff on, documentaries on, mass shooters and stuff like this and all this stuff, right? But many times, if we take an analysis of a lot of these mass shooters, many times they just want to hurt a lot of people, and they've lost all hope, basically, for their life. And they've lost all hope that they actually just want to hurt a bunch of people, and then they just want to kill themselves. Right? I hate to say it, and I wish it wasn't like that, but that's kind of how these individuals have lost all a semblance of hope. They feel like nothing is going to eat. They have been so hurt by the world and just people that they just want to just blow up and show everybody how much pain that they have been in, right? And here's the crazy thing. And now what some psychologists and therapists and stuff like this, they go into talking about many times these individuals don't really go out and say that. It's not like it's not like when you meet somebody, right? They come up to you, they're like, oh, hey, what's up, dude? You know what? I'm super depressed and I'm going to end up taking my life or something. Now, they might do it in maybe an alias, maybe not using their real name on social media where they can't backtrack it. But many times if it's associated with their real name, they don't like to bring up their true emotional states, right? And this is the very thing when you watch, things on serial killers and mass shooters and stuff, they ask all the people and all these people go, oh, I didn't know he was like that. He was just really quiet. Like, he didn't even seem like he was an angry person. And then he's the one that I mean, now there's like memes that people make, like there's like I see these memes that people make, and it's just like, it's like the dude that people think they're just going to just blow up or something like that, right? And it's actually kind of crazy that it's like that. And it is very, very strange, right? And here it kind of goes along the lines of the aspects of our words, which kind of goes into edification of our words. And even a simple, imagine if and it almost kind of goes into loving our enemies too. It sounds weird, right? But it's making me think about loving our enemies, because imagine if we come up to somebody, right? Imagine you encounter somebody and that person's already just like super pissed off, or they're just super depressed or something, and then they say something really bad to you. Are you going to what are you going to do, right? Are you going to just like defend and just kind of like backhandedly say something that might kind of slap them in the face or kind of just put them down even more? Sometimes that's actually what these people want at times, right? Because they're kind of like, what is that? I don't know what the word is. It's like masochistic or something like that, where they just kind of like pain or something like that. And sometimes I think maybe some people are kind of like that, right? Unintentionally. I feel like here's the weird thing about what we're talking about is a lot of this stuff, I feel like a lot of the stuff we're talking about, we don't necessarily really are aware it's even going on. Just like the whole thing of you might be encountering somebody that is going through some crazy life experience and you don't even know what they're really thinking about inside, right? And it kind of goes also into from the heart the mouth speaks. I'm actually going to bring up that verse up right now. Praise God, baby. What's up, Priceless? What up, bro? Man, these Bible studies are so strange, but we're just practicing here. I'm going to be honest, if anybody's even listening to these Bible studies, I think what was I honestly think the biggest thing in the journey that I'm in the season that I'm in, was just when I started reading the Word of God aloud. I feel like that's when it really, really started just like getting it. I don't know, there's just such a different level from reading it in your mind and then actually speaking it aloud. And hopefully, the other thing hopefully you guys want to do a Bible, because I feel like everybody should just do their own Bible. That's the thing. I don't want to be the only one doing the Bible. I want everybody to do a Bible. I don't want to just be like the only one doing it. I want everybody, if you guys can, right, to do a Bible study. Because it is very, I feel like it is very edifying to start reading aloud. Even though it just seems so cheesy, right? It just seems so like, oh, you probably just think about like school or something where the teacher calls on you and they're like, all right, Johnny, you're going to read this chapter. And you're like, I don't want to read that chapter or something like that. It's like, but the thing is with these Bible studies, it's almost kind of like, dude, we're just trying to meditate. You pick a verse, bro. It's like, it ain't that like, it's not that hard, I think. And honestly, I think it was because of some of these RPG games I played, and some of these RPG games, they have this speechcraft ability. And also, here's the other thing, is that because I got a little bit deeper into the lore of some of the Paladin lore, right? Well, in some of these RPG games, in order to even opt into becoming a Paladin, you actually have to raise your charisma level. And there is there is this level of, when you want to raise your charisma level, a big part of raising your charisma level is learning how to level up your speechcraft ability. And that, I probably shouldn't even have brought that up. It kind of does go along the lines of what we're kind of talking about today, but I guess not really. That's kind of like a video game thing. Okay. What was that one verse I was talking about? Oh yeah, it was from the heart, the mouth speaks. What verse is that? I need to remember where this verse is. It's Luke 6:45. So let's type in Luke 6:45 right here. Luke 6:45. The good person out of the good treasure of his heart produces good, and the evil person out of the evil treasure produces evil. For out of the abundance of the heart his mouth speaks. That last part right there, if you look at basically every single translation, it always says his mouth speaks, right? Because here's the thing. Imagine if I were to write every single thing. Imagine if I were to just relay everything I just said. Dude, even just what I just said prior to just what I said right now. What did I just say? I just said I probably shouldn't have said that. because I brought up something about RPG games, right? But the thing is like that was what I said, and the thing is if I were to actually write, imagine if I wrote every single thing I were to say right now, and I'm just like, okay, I'm going to write every single word, and before I say it, I'm going to just write it all down and then relay it out. Well, I probably wouldn't have said that RPG thing, right? Because I would have been like, oh, no, I probably shouldn't have said that, right? So I'm going to erase that and not say that, right? But that's the weird thing about from the mouth, the heart speaks, right? And this is actually the very interesting thing when I think about this verse, because it also makes me ponder on the aspects and just even the implications of how the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings, the Lord Jesus Christ, went about his ministry, right? It's a very, now I brought this up many times on the stream, right? And it's the age-old question from theologians to Bible scholars for thousands of years, dude. Thousands of years these people have been pondering, why is this going on? We don't even know. What all of it's crazy actually, and it trips me out too. But it's the age-old question of why did the Lord Jesus Christ barely write anything down? It's so weird. There's actually only one instance in the entire scripture that the Lord Jesus Christ wrote anything down. You know what he did? He went in front of the Pharisees, and it was the woman that was caught in adultery, right? And he wrote in the sand in front of people, right? It's so strange, right? You think that, and now I know we have done some Bible studies on why did Jesus maybe not write anything down? You know, some people have stated that he didn't want to like maybe make it, because some theologians kind of go into, well, if Jesus wrote a book, we would have basically thrown away all the rest of the Bible and just listened to that book right there, right? And so I know it sounds weird, right? But then it's kind of weird because some people have some other, hypotheses, right? But as I kind of get a little bit deeper into studying the parables, and not only studying the parables, but also studying when the Pharisees come in, right? It's always weird because you know what the Pharisees kind of tended to do? The Pharisees, it kind of seemed like what they were tended to do is they would kind of try and catch him off guard. You know, they would kind of like try and catch him. Oh, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? And what's weird is if you study the scriptures, it's really strange because it almost seems like the Lord Jesus Christ improvisationally, like literally on the spot, he uses things around him to teach them something greater. And I'm just like, bro, that is such a trick because it reminds me of like improvisation. And I feel like there is kind of a realness about it, right? How crazy would it be, right? If we were to listen to every single politician, imagine if we were to really listen in when they got like flat out hammered drunk or something like that. They didn't write a speech and they all just said something from the heart. You know what's actually kind of weird is, man, I forgot who brought it up, but there was this. I think it was something in Told in Stone. If you guys don't follow this guy on YouTube, his name was Told in Stone. He does all of these. He's like this history guy that makes all these things about Rome and all these crazy civilizations that fell in Greece and all this stuff. He brought up a weird thing of back in the day, like thousands of years ago, there was like, now I understand why it's probably not popular nowadays, because of, certain things. But I will say, I do remember he brought up something where these leaders, what they would do is that they would get everybody plaster drunk. And if everybody agreed when everybody was drunk on the topic when they were drunk and also agreed when they were sober, that would be an inclusive thing. And they'd be like, okay, let's go for it. And the thing is that it actually is interesting when you actually listen to people when they're actually kind of just inebriated and stuff like that, because many times they kind of just speak their mind, right? They kind of just, oh, well, I probably shouldn't have said that. Like, it's stuff like that, right? Now, how crazy would it be if we were to observe, imagine if every politician, they had to go out there with nothing written, just nothing, they're just speaking straight from the heart, bro. How interesting would it be to see the mess ups, the mistakes that they would have, right? It's just very interesting to me. I'm like, wow, how crazy it is, because many times it almost seems very robotic. They kind of go out there and they're just like, and it just almost there's this sense of, it kind of does seem a little bit robotic. And I feel like this is kind of the level of kind of going into this verse right here. From the abundance of the heart, his mouth speaks, right? And ultimately, I like to think even if we were to improv something out, I'd like to think, hopefully, that if it's from my heart, then I guess I'm going to speak it, right? And that's kind of actually, it's interesting because this verse right here has actually gotten me into kind of like not as afraid to do these Bible studies, right? Because many times I have heard people on Reddit, on like the Twitch Reddit stuff and, certain things, they go, oh, well, I don't want to do these things because what if I say something wrong? I can't edit it out. Well, that's the whole nature of doing these streams in the first place, because we can't edit all this stuff out. This is just real time, bro. We're just going with it. And I think this is the cool thing about streaming is just it brings a level of humanity. Like, it's like I can't edit all this stuff out. And I kind of like it like that because there is a very liberating thing about that. Because especially if you get into editing YouTube videos, which shout outs to any of you guys that edit YouTube videos, you guys put in so much work, man. I wish I could edit faster, but I'm like one of those weird people. For some reason, I just cannot edit fast. I just have to and for some reason, I just watch the video like 50 times, bro. I'm like, oh, did that song line up when I landed that trick, or when I started speaking that, did I say the right thing? And oh no, I got to cut it right here. No, I got to cut it right here. It kind of drives me crazy. Honestly. And I shout out to all you guys that edit, because that's a lot of work. A lot more work than I actually, when I first got started kind of dabbling with it, I didn't realize how much work it actually is. I mean, I guess there are maybe procedures where if you kind of keep it very organized, it's probably not as much work, but I guess I'm maybe not in that sphere of thought at the moment. But maybe if you do organize it, maybe in the time segments, time periods, okay, I'm going to bring up this topic, we're going to just put it right in there, we're going to inject it. You already have a bunch of copyright-free music, boom, you're going to just throw it in there. Maybe it'll make editing a lot easier, but I don't know. It still takes a long time for me. But that's the cool thing about streaming, is that it brings in the sense of freedom almost. It's the freedom of where you don't have to edit everything, bro, because that stuff is like, here's the crazy thing is if I were to be told to make a YouTube video every single day of a Bible study, bro, I couldn't do it. I would not be able to do it because I would be sitting there. I wouldn't even be able to ride my bike. I wouldn't be able to do any of this other stuff because I'd be sitting in there editing. And that's kind of why I like doing these Bible studies as it is, because there is this level of liberty of just kind of going with it, man. We're just trying to flow with it. Even if I mess up, man, because there's some days where it's just like, bro, I have no idea there's some days where I just feel like people just think I'm crazy. And just kind of like, and I've kind of structured these Bible studies to where, because of actually other streamers on actually Twitch, actually on Twitch, because of how they did it and how we do these Bible studies and then we do the bike riding and then we do the drawing all in one stream, right? Well, the thing is I didn't come up with that. I don't know who the first person was on Twitch that did that, but there was somebody that did that on Twitch the first time. And there's a bunch of them that do that, right? And I think I understand why a lot of people are doing it this way. Because it gets me to commit. Because many times I probably would have deleted tons of these Bible studies by now, because I would have been like, oh, that was so embarrassing. Oh, that commentary probably was I probably shouldn't have read that. I probably shouldn't have said that. I probably shouldn't have said this. But the thing is that right when I get into the bike riding, I'm just like, boom, all right, let's commit to it. We're just going to go with it. Even if I don't like it, we're just going to go with it, right? And it's kind of funny because it kind of makes me just kind of like, I don't know, just keep going, right? Whereas many times if I start hesitating, I feel like that hesitation of speech, not only in speech and anything, bro, when you kind of get like that, like that kind of like second like thought, you're like, I don't know if I should do that, and then you start getting all like, your mind kind of trips you out. You're just like, you kind of just have like a second thought. You're like, and then you kind of get a little bit of anxiety, or you get worried, and then it just doesn't feel like flowy, or doesn't feel like natural. I feel like that is what I kind of don't like to. I don't like to feel that. I kind of like just going with it, man. We're just gonna go with it. My bad, bro, if I said something wrong. Well, hopefully people would call me out on it or something like that. Because here's the other thing about these Bible studies: is many times, like I say many times, it's easy for me to read these It's easy for me to read these scriptures, right? Like, I feel like, most people, if you learned how to read, you read this stuff aloud, right? You just, it's not that difficult, right? The thing is what the hard part is how do we take these things that we're learning, and how do we actually apply it to things, right? And I feel like this whole level of how do we take the word And how do we apply it into our lives? That is what is very hard for me at the moment. Because many times, there's many, many, many things that I have studied a lot of times, right? But the thing is like, but how do I actually apply it to my life? It's like and sometimes actually I have to fail and fail and fail and fail in order to learn these things, especially the things on like anger, right? It literally took me just memorizing. I think I don't know what, it's some verse in James that says, for the anger of man does not produce the righteousness of God, right? It literally took me I had to literally just straight up memorize that verse. Just on the spot, where I could for the anger of man does not produce the righteousness of God. Every time I try and think if I'm going to get angry, right? Or if I'm even feeling like I'm getting built up like a pressure pot, and I'm just like, ah! Well, hopefully, since we memorized that verse, we can just recall it right there. I'm okay. Let's chill out, bro. Let's go for it, And so that's how I kind of see it, right? And many times I feel like this is actually what starts happening, and unfortunately I'm wondering if this actually occurs in many other people's lives, is that even though we are studying the Word of God, and maybe we've studied it many, many, many times, but have we actually memorized these things? Because many times it's not like we can just, well, I guess with the technology we have, I guess we can just kind of open it up and just look it up right on the spot. But many times it's not really like that. Many times these emotions that happen to us are kind of just like very visceral, and they're just kind of like, whoop, and they just kind of like, sometimes you do kind of have like this weird sense of like abrupt, emotional kind of, like when you're kind of like, if we were to take an example, you see somebody driving on the highway and you see someone just cut somebody off and they're just like, and they just kind of like, they just start going crazy, right? I mean, that's why they call it road rage, right? Well, you think, if you think that person that just had road rage is just going to pull up their phone right when they're driving and just be like, okay, I'm going to look up some verses right now, just so, many times it's not really like that. But I think this is the important aspect of memorization of verses, right? So when these trials and tribulations just come to us, or maybe when the winds and storms just beat and batter upon the foundation that we're building on, hopefully we would just be strengthened, and we just like, and just adorn ourselves with the armor of God. And I know it sounds cheesy, and it's kind of weird because the drawing I did yesterday, I kind of felt a little cringy doing it, but it's weird because I feel like there are some of the nights that I draw, and man, they just hit, but some of them are definitely kind of cringier than others. But where was I at? I totally lost my place. We got into like half of this. Isn't that crazy? See, look at that. We got into like one paragraph, and that just blossomed into an entire just scope of all of these things that hopefully we can learn and meditate on and stuff like that, right? But let's keep going. What is Ellicott's going to keep saying? The use of edifying. The use of edifying. This is a mistranslation by inversion of a difficult expression. The building up of the need. That is, the supplying by suggestion of... Okay, some of these... Oh, wait, let me read this. Okay. By the way, some of these commentaries are just difficult because, like, they... See, this guy wrote this commentary way, way long ago. Yoga and flexibility are so important. Yeah, flexibility, man. Yeah, there are some really crazy poses. I need to stretch now too. Sometimes I actually wonder. Now, I wasn't the person that thought about this, right? But I have heard some like psychologists or therapists, and they were basically saying, many times all these people that are getting prescribed all these pills, right? For like, and here's the thing, I kind of grew up in this like generation where, unfortunately, these people, I mean, I don't want to say like, because I don't want to say they were just lying because they wanted pills, but I don't know, like, maybe they were feeling bad and then, they got prescribed Xanax or, some, these pills and stuff like this, right? But the thing is like, I feel like it's easy to kind of be like, oh, you know what? I am kind of feeling this way. And then they just tell you to write down some questions and then just give you a bunch of Xanax and anti-anxiety, antidepressants, all this crazy stuff, right? And it's like, but, I feel like, sometimes these pills kind of have a deeper, bad side to them. I guess depending on what you think about that. But, many of these times. I just feel like they use them as drugs. It's not really like they're really, using it in the way they maybe should be, right? And the thing is that there was this like therapist, actually a couple of them that actually brought that up, and many times they were just saying maybe these kids and people, they just have a lot of energy in them because we live in such a sedentary society. We have become, unfortunately, because of the very things I'm actually using right now, this telephone, I guess it is a telephone, this phone, basically it's more than a phone now. It's like a computer that we can just look into everything just with the palm of our hands, right? And just our computer, and we have a TV, we have all this stuff, right? We have become such a sedentary, imagine just sedentary. You guys, when you see like just a whirlwind of things in a fish tank, right? And then it all just kind of just settles down. Sedentation, bro. Everything's just like not moving. Just like, just we've become kind of into that level, right? And some people are saying that, because back in the day, we used to freaking run around, we'd be throwing spears at things. I mean, imagine how many kids would just have fun doing that. Like, here you go, Johnny, you're going to run around, go get that pig out there. You're going to have this, we're going to give you this spear, Johnny. Go out there and go get us some food, man. Just go out there, run it. You think he comes back to you, he's probably going to be tired, bro. He ain't going to be like, and I feel like sometimes maybe people think that they just have too much energy now. We're just going to put them all on these pills, right? Which I guess it might be good. You're right. It might, I guess, depending on who you are, it might be good. But many times, man, I just feel like that's how we were kind of designed just to live, bro. We were designed to just run around, just kind of just, have energy and stuff like this instead of just sapping our energy, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm just going crazy, but like, I feel like it's been like that. But anyway, let's keep going. I got so off topic, right? I guess it goes into, just moving, right? The importance of movement, right? And actually, Paul does say something about that. Let me actually bring that up. It says, Paul goes, for physical training is of little value or something like that. For physical training is of little value or some value? What verse is that? That is 1 Timothy 4:8. 1 Timothy 4:8. Man, this Bible study just feels like it's like kind of smooth, like it's just going with it. For while bodily training is of some value. How crazy is that? Dude, I feel like this is why I meet so many athletes and so many. Dude, it's so weird. I've met a lot of bodybuilders. So for some odd, I don't know what it is. I don't know what they're putting in their I don't know what they're putting in their juice. But I have met dude, one of my bodybuilder friends in Long Beach, bro, he was a gnarly believer, bro. He was just this zealous believer. Dude, he was like this jack, dude. It seemed like he wouldn't even be a believer, right? You'd be like, oh, dude, why? This dude is gnarly. And then you meet this guy. Dude, he is zealous, bro. He is like a straight up paladin, bro. Like, it's in a sense, bro. He's like a paladin. Like, he's like a paladin trainer, bro. And he was like this gnarly dude. And I'm like, man, dude, you are intense, man. This is really crazy. And I have met just so many athletes and so many like bodybuilders and stuff like this that are just like really, really into God and Christianity for some reason. It's just really odd. And I'm wondering if it's because some of these verses like this one, right? For while bodily training is of some value. He's not saying that it's worthless, right? It's actually of some value, right? It says godliness is of value in every way, as it holds promise for this present life and also for the life to come. Isn't that crazy, right? I mean, I feel like that's a verse right there, priceless. Right? I feel like that's a good one right there. What's up, Creative Fit? How you doing, bro? Man, today's kind of working out. I feel like maybe it's just because I'm more rested or something like this, but because some of these Bible studies, I'm just like, I don't even know what to talk about. But I feel like it's because I've done, actually why I think I'm so much more into this Bible study is because we've done so many other we're basically comboing like 7 other Bible studies into this one Bible study right now. So it's kind of funny. I actually think I've done a Bible study on this exact verse, but anyway, Let's read this part. Flow, go for it. Yeah, buddy. Okay, the use of edifying. This is a mistranslation by inversion of a difficult expression. The building up the need. That is, the supplying by suggestion of good, the peculiar need or defect of the hearer's spiritual state. Interesting. Look at that. I know this guy's using some weird, trippy words here, but let's read it. Peculiar need. What is the peculiar need? The peculiar need is something that's just bizarre. It's just strange. Like, what's kind of standing out, right? Is there something that we can kind of help to heal this person in or something? That's why. Now, I might be wrong on that, but that's how when I read it, I think about that. Or defect of the hearer's spiritual state. Perhaps, oops, I just clicked the wrong button. All right, I got to find my place again. Okay, here we go. Perhaps, as before, the word good may be taken for gracious. And I have to remember that. I haven't even been thinking about that. How can we be gracious with our words, right? I feel like many times I have so much energy at times that maybe I am not gracious with my words, right? Sometimes I just feel like I'm just like this, just this ball of energy is kind of just like, it's like, but I need to remember, we need to be gracious with our words, right? And full of sympathy, noting by the quick insight of love what each man's need is, the hastening to speak accordingly, so as to give grace or blessing to meet that peculiar need. The same use of the word grace is found in 2 Corinthians 1:15, that ye might have a second benefit. The same idea is found in 1 Thessalonians 3:10, to perfect that which is lacking in your faith. Here again we have a similar treatment of moral duty. The corrupt word is forbidden not because it defiles the speaker's own soul and is an offense in the pure eyes of God, but because it is a sin against others, pulling down instead of building them up, and aggravating instead of supplying their moral defects, like the falsehood and wrath and dishonesty, forbidden above its sins against the unity of all in God. Man. And it just kind of makes me wonder, like, it's actually strange. Like, how do we, I mean, I guess it is pretty common sense. We just kind of, like, be a little bit more careful with the words. I feel like, I think it's much easier to be careful when we're speaking it, but when we're typing it, I think it can be much more, kind of like, it can maybe hurt people's feelings at times, right? Just because the other person, we really don't know how they're going to speak it, right? Yeah, I guess, man, it's already been almost an hour. That's crazy. I read one commentary. I think we might just keep it with one commentary today to kind of keep it short. I tried to keep it short anyway, but we're almost an hour in. Look at that. We read only one commentary today, everybody. How did that take 53 minutes? That's like we read 3 commentaries, or we read 3 paragraphs, not commentaries. We read 3 paragraphs. That took 53 minutes right there. Holy Toledo, bro. This is gnarly, man. Like, this is like, look at how many other commentaries we got. Bro, we got a plethora. Look at all, dude, the cup is overflowing, everybody. Look at all this. The cup is overflowing. I mean, how crazy is it? Dude, that is a week's worth of just reading. Maybe not a week's worth, but maybe a couple days worth. Maybe more than a couple days worth. In terms of how long you want to do a Bible study. Of just like, boom, bro. There's so much lore you get into, right? And we just got into Ellicott's commentary, right? Which Ellicott's, I have heard people bring up Ellicott many times, but yeah. So what did we learn today, everybody? We learned we need to build others up we need to be careful with our speech, like many times. But not only do we need to be careful with our speech, but we also need to have empathy towards others in their spiritual states. And we also need to remember that we are also called to love our enemies and love our neighbors as ourselves, even if they come up to us and they say, even if they spit on you or something like that, right? Can we encourage them still? Like how, maybe that person that you don't like, imagine a person that you do not like, right? What if that person, like, what if they like, all these people were making fun of them, or something really traumatic happened in their life and that's why they're like that. But we don't know that, right? This is the whole nature of like treating others, loving our neighbor as ourselves and loving even our enemies. It sounds crazy, right? And it's like a bigger topic. I mean, that goes into an entire Bible study right there, but this, I feel, is a big one for today's Bible study. And hopefully, if we can be the light in the dark, if we can be a light for others, just like Charles Spurgeon was going into yesterday, even if we are going through uncertainty, right? If we are going through uncertainty, can we still be a beacon of light for others? Because what if other people around you, they're uncertain about what they're going through? What if you meet some believers that have anxiety and you're having anxiety too, but you're just trying to be a beacon of light? Well, hopefully that beacon of light would bring upon fellowship. It would bring upon people being like, oh, okay, well, that person's messing up. Maybe I could try that. Maybe I can like do a Bible study or something like that, right? Just like all of the previous believers that got me to do these Bible studies, it's just ridiculous. I'm just like, if I never even searched out this stuff. And it's so weird. You know how I actually started getting into Bible study devotions, man? It's ridiculous. But I used to go to the skate park a lot, and I know there's this frame and it says devotion on it. It sounds crazy. I know I probably sound crazy right now. But I would see all these kids, bro. They have all these frames. Devotion. I'm like, what in the world, bro? Why do I see this word all the time? I started looking up this word, right? And then you know what started popping up? Bible study devotion. I know I sound crazy, but then that's when I started kind of getting and then just like, boom, it just entered into this gigantic plethora of lore. And that I like getting deeper into lore because I'm like, man, the lore is just awesome, dude. It's just cool. I mean, I think it's just kind of fun. And here we are. And hopefully we can continue to just edify, build one another's up. But also I need to also remember that we need to be gracious with our speech. Now I think, and also I feel like now what the commentaries also didn't bring up, but I did kind of go into earlier, which I wish the commentaries did bring up, I do feel like there is a level of reading the room that I feel like I actually have never heard a pastor bring that up. I might have to look up a commentary on that, right? Like how do we read the room, and maybe not even read the room, but how do we read the situational awareness that we might come in contact with somebody that potentially was condemned by other Christians, and then they're going to meet you? I mean, how would I go about? I really don't even know how I'd go about that, because that's actually happened to me, and I'm still kind of confused on it. So if you were to meet somebody that just hated Christianity, they just did not like it at all, right? And they're come up to you, what are you going to do, right? Well, hopefully we could offer love. And unfortunately I haven't memorized the love verses, but I know the big one of the big ones in it is patience, right? Patience, endurance. I don't remember any. Like, I know patience, endurance, not being envious. Darn it, I only know 3 of them. Well, see, I guess that's a test for me right there, right? Well, I guess those 3, hopefully I can, because those are the only ones I really remember right now. Hopefully I could be bearing the fruits of those kind of things. But also now we're going to go into 1 Corinthians 13. Let's look up into the definition of love. Hopefully the cup overflows. We're going to read the definition of love, by the way, everybody. Because it's kind of crazy. I haven't memorized these verses. I actually need to start memorizing these verses, because like if we look up John 13:35, which I actually have remembered that, right? John 13:35. By this, all people will know that you are my disciples if you have love for one another. All people should know. Isn't that crazy, right? All people. If you were to ask anybody, right, do you think most people are going to say that? I feel like most people think not that, unfortunately, right? So that's why we're going to read These things right here. And then we'll be done with the Bible study. Where is it? There's a reader down here. If I speak in the tongues of men and of angels, but have not love, I am a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal. You know what I think about that? I think about the monkey. You know, the monkey, just boom, 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 you know, just going crazy. You know, imagine you giving a stick to a monkey, bro. You think that monkey's gonna be playing freaking Metallica on the drum set, bro? He's just gonna be banging everything, bro, you know? It's hilarious to think about that, right? But let's keep going. And if I have prophetic powers and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have all faith so as to remove mountains, but have not love, I am nothing. That is brutal, bro. If we have love, you could have all of this stuff, bro. You could have everything, bro. But if you don't have love, you have nothing. That is so gnarly, bro. That is like, it kind of almost goes in that. What does Jesus want us to do? Jesus wants us to make disciples of all nations. How do people know that we're his disciples? By our love for one another. So there should be love abounding in the entire earth. So honestly, if we do not see love abounding anywhere, that should give us more zeal to be like, we have a mission to go into. If we see anywhere without love, like that's what I think anyway. I mean, right? We should kind of go for world love or something like that, right? Everybody should be loving. If I give away all I have, and if I deliver up my body to be burned. What in the world? I always forget about that. If I deliver up my body to be burned, but have not love, I gain nothing. Love is patient, kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not arrogant or rude. Wow, I need to remember that one. Because I feel like sometimes I can be rude, especially because sometimes I have just so many thoughts in my mind, right? I actually need to learn how to not be rude, right? Maybe not to interject, need to kind of listen more, right? That's what I'm thinking about anyway right now. I'm trying to, hopefully we end up memorizing these verses. It does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. That one I underline because that I actually get dude, I get irritable so much, honestly. Even if you see me ride my bike, it's like, why can't I land this? Why can't I land this? Well, how do you not be irritable, right? It's crazy. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but rejoices with the truth. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never ends. As for prophecies, they will pass away. As for tongues, they will cease. As for knowledge, it will pass away. Now, I know there's some other definitions on love, but I feel like this is the one I'm trying to memorize at the moment because I feel if you look up like love definition Bible, there's actually like 3 other definitions of it, and I feel like this one is like kind of the easiest one to memorize at the moment. So I'm trying to memorize these ones, right? Because I think there's something about logos and some other parts of love I really don't remember, but see, I don't even remember. Sometimes it's just overwhelming because there's so many things on love. So anyway, that was the Bible study today, everybody. And you can join as well. You guys can get the Bible. You can generally get a Bible for free somewhere. So if you guys are out there, there's actually this one streamer. She had, I don't know how she got him, but she got in contact with this company, and I might have to go and contact her. I think her name was Taylacia. I don't think she streams anymore on Twitch. She was a big Christian streamer on Twitch, actually. I don't know what happened to that chick. But I do remember that she would always say, if you need a Bible, you can get a free Bible, and I will mail you a free Bible. I mean, I thought that was kind of cool. So, you know, maybe, how crazy would it be if every like Christian streamer or something like that, you all said that. You need a Bible? We'll mail you a free Bible or something like that. Yep. Anyway, now the Bible's ready. Now we're going to do a card draw. And then we're going to ride our bike. And then we're going to maybe draw a picture or something like that. So, I'm going to create a fit. Cheers, man. Cheers, brother. Okay, what am I doing here? Oh yeah, we're going to do a card draw. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Okie dokie. I kind of wanted to maybe switch out some of these cards. There's kind of like some ones in here. Let's see if I should switch out some of these. Maybe I shouldn't. Yeah, I guess we'll just keep it. Turn on the light, everybody. Man, look at that color, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that color cool? When I see this color, it just reminds me of life. Oh yeah, I forgot to wait up. Darn, I forgot to do this little thing. Here, wait. I gotta do this little post thing real quick.
We gotta make a post real quick, everybody.
Oh wait, I guess I don't have to put a link in. We'll just do it this way. We'll just go boom. We'll go boom over here. We'll go boom over here. We'll just go down up in here. Yeah. That one kind of turned out kind of janky. Yeah, we're not going to do that one. Some of the drawings hit. I mean, that's the thing, man. I wish every single drawing just worked out really good, but some of them, they don't really work out as much as other ones, but it's okay. Hopefully today might work out a little bit better. Let's shovel these cards up, everybody. Do 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 do. Boom. Let's go. Alrighty, first card of the day, everybody. What is it going to be? Huh, interesting. Sylvan Hierophant. Huh. That was very peaceful. 2. Angel of Vitality. Vitality. I like that word. Vitality. Number 3. Interesting. Builder's Blessing. Huh. Interesting we drew this one today. It sounds weird. Sometimes I do these card draws and it just reminds me about something in the Bible study. But when I read, now this isn't a Bible verse by the way, but it says, mix the mortar with holy wards or blood will run in the streets. Kind of interesting, right? It's like, what are ways we can, it reminds me of like, what are ways we can steward things for God, even if it's just a little bit, right? We need to mix the mortar, right? Can we offer it to the Lord? Can we somehow glorify the Lord somehow in the building of what we're doing? Huh. Call to serve. Huh. I don't know if you're still in here, Creative Fit, but see this guy, his name's Jamie Jones. Justin Sweet knows about this artist. I don't know if you're still in here, but that artist right there, Jamie Jones. I can actually just tell that Justin Sweet was inspired by this artist as well, if not vice versa too. 5. Huh. Ghost Warden. It's an interesting card. That thing looks weird, huh? Ghost Warden. 2, 3, 4, 5. Got a Trent. Fayborough Elder. Who painted this one? Raul Vitali. Dubaga. Oh, weird. Yeah, fasting. I don't even know what this card does. What does it even do? Huh. Okay, we will do a card draw on the stream now. I mean, on the Instagram thing. Welcome, travelers, to the card draw of the day, where we get to observe some artwork. And I personally like to find like little combos, and it's kind of like a combo inspiration for maybe potentially some illustrations or something, or some drawings. But today we drew Sylvan Hierophant, Angel of Vitality, Builder's Blessing, Call to Serve, Ghost Warden, Fey Burrow Elder, very old card, Fasting. And for the last card of the day, what will it be? Interesting. We were just talking about this on the Bible study. Curses, but this one is Curse Break, painted by Sam Wolfie Connolly. Interesting. And I actually think he used to work with very thin layers of acrylic paint as well as colored pencil on paper. Very interesting, huh? Well, I hope you guys have a good one. Here we go. And I guess I'll put my Twitch thing in here. We're going to take this link and we're going to paste it up in here, and then we're going to put it up in here. And go like this. Oops. Weird, they put the sticker things differently now. Look at that. From yesterday, they literally changed it from yesterday. So you take this one right there, link, we put the link of our Twitch thing right there, we push OK, we go like this, and we have the link, so if anybody clicks on that, we can join in. And I forgot to take it off my Wi-Fi, otherwise it's not going to load. I don't know if it's even going to load, darn. Oh well, if it doesn't load it, it's okay. We're still streaming. But look at this. This is the last card of the draw today. Curse Break. You know, it would be cool to be like an RPG character. Imagine if you could be like a curse breaker. You're just breaking curses from people, you know? Imagine if there was just curses of just people wanting to kill themselves or just harming other people, and you were able to somehow bring them healing. You could break the curses. That would be really gnarly. That would be a gnarly RPG class right there, man. Holy moly, that would be a gnarly class. Curse Break Paladin. Man, that is a... How cool does that sound? Curse Break Paladin. And that was the draw today. This is my old set, by the way. When I pull out this one, this is my older set. Really cool. Welp. Yeah, that's all made draw. Curse Break Paladin or something. I'm gonna wait for this to load. Yeah, it's bleeding outside, so let's be right here. Intriguing. Interesting. Let's chug some coffee, everybody. I think I might try a different seat today. do this. Let's go. Let's ride bike. If any of you guys have any tips on any of these tricks, I'd love to hear them. This is a cliffhanger. I think I'm going to start experimenting, just because someone told me I should start experimenting with the seat anglers. So we're going to start experimenting with this stuff, and it might help us learn the cliffhanger better. Excuse me. Intriguing. Interesting. Is my camera zoomed in? Look, it's zoomed in. Is this zoomed in or is it okay? It's okay. Or you know what? I think it's actually the back now. What is this song? This guy's been putting out beats every single day. Man, this guy's gnarly. He's putting out beats every single day. Oh, I need to move the camera a little bit more. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, we're gonna check the PSI. Check the PSI. I kind of wanted to change my seat out. I think we might try this one again. Might help with the cliffhangers maybe, potentially. I'm also going to maybe change some of the stuff in here as well. But also I wanted to have a bike that was good at everything. So that's also the kind of the problem that we're encountering at the moment, is how do we have a bike that is suited for everything. Maybe I won't change on my seat actually. Let's just mess around. Let's just experiment, I guess. That's what I said I was going to do, so let's just try and do it. Oh, but the seats... No, I guess we'll experiment with it. I would give up track stands for cliffhangers, so... That is the ultimatum. I would give up track stands for cliffhangers. For sure. That would probably be more of any tricks. Should I try to see that? I don't know. See, that one still doesn't work. That's why I have it tilted up so much. That one I feel like does work a bit more. This is like the setup I see a lot of people have. I might just go and just practice cliffhangers right away. That's right here. Let's just see if we can do that at locomotive. Go back here. See, this will be back here. Here. Let's try cliffhanger. Let's see what happens. Actually, let's practice some of these. I guess I should put it back too, maybe. And let's just go. I just want to see what it looks like.
back a little bit. This song is weird. Oh, it's strange. I did want to fight with everything. Okay. I think I'd have to raise my seat up just a little bit more than that. Let's try like this, I guess. Trying to find optimal cliffhanger position, I think.
You just can't be scared.
I say I'm not scared, but I actually am. Darn it. At least we're getting a little bit closer, I think. I think the biggest part, what makes it scary is like when you're up there, you have to keep this level. But like when you're up there, it just feels so like, I don't know. Cranks move. That's the other problem, is if your cranks move on this trick, it like really affects it, it feels like. Where's that? The heck is that element? Where did that element go? That one. I was literally just using it yesterday. There we go. Oh man, just so I don't need it, I guess. Let's get what we can do about it. Rising down for the tricks. Oh, that was it. Dude, it's always like that. I get like half a circle and I can't go more than a half for some reason. I might just take a full day and just do double-footed tricks. Maybe that would help me. It's like hard. Kind of want to look at Sam Folks' bike. Let's look at Sam Folks' bike, and then I'm going to look at my setup. I want to see, because like Sam Folks is a gnarly cliffhanger master, so Let me just set my seat up like that. Dude, he runs his seat so high. Bro, that's insane. Dude, he runs his seat like freaking like to the moon. Look at that. So the gnarly guy that does the gnarly cliffhangers, that's how high his seat is. It's like double of what I'm running. And it seems like he pushed the seat up a little bit forward too. He's actually running his seat a little bit more level. I need to find my Allen wrench. I'm going to have to use it eventually, so I need to find it. Where is it? Where it be? Did I lose it? There it is. I guess we could try our seat with a little higher. I do want to do those cliffhangers like Sam. I guess maybe I could still do the, see what happens. Let's see how it is like this. Do an experimentation today, everybody. Oh, there's too much room there, but I would need to do it. That's right there, right? Still. I feel like it's harder with the taller seat, actually. Yeah, that's weird. There has to be a reason why he runs it that way.
I need to study this dude's writing. Sam, folks. He's got the gnarly cliffhangers, man. There's a reason why his setup's like that. Sam, folks, BMX. Let's observe. How's he doing this? Watch. He's running a really little frame. I mean, that's the other thing. Dude, he goes so slow at it. I don't understand, like, how he's just... How is he doing that, bro? See that? What in the world, bro? He just stalled that out. That makes no sense. How did he do that? Look at his bike setup. There has to be a reason why his bike setup is that way then. Where's his seat at? Wow, dude, he's running a really tall seat post. That's just ridiculous, like, huh? Bro, dude, Sam's freaking shreds, man. I wanna ride like this dude. That dude's gnarly. Interesting. He's running that, I wonder if he's running that 99 seat, that Odyssey 99 seat. Alright, we need to change the music. I think I might go back to my other seat. upright enough. I'm being too scared. Keep practicing multiple tricks, I guess. That was weird, huh? That was like the best one I've ever done. Woo! That one I almost went in a circle. Yee! Try the seat a little lower. Keep trying to find that middle ground, I guess, for all the tricks. Except for, I think I'm going to get rid of track stands though, I guess. I guess it's about time to level up away from the track stand. I just do too many of those, so maybe we've leveled up away from the track stand, everybody. I do too many track stands, so I guess it's time to get rid of them. Other tricks we've been working on. I want to see the double-footed tricks are where it's at, so let's use Steve Carolina. Yeah.
That one, I guess locomotives are cool too. On that. I guess this one's too is probably a good one to learn. I haven't maybe done one yet. Yeah, I don't like the siren. You like put a siren in the middle of the song all the time.
Whether you're doing it yourself or hiring a pro, today, let's paint. Exclusively at the Home Depot.
I feel like the other seat's easier. I'm not getting up right enough. I need to not be scared. See, it kind of gets like caught a little bit more, so I wonder if I should try that one again. There's just so much experimentation. How do I get a bike that's just good at everything? Because I feel like now this seat's actually harder to do a cliffhanger because I get caught on it. Whereas the other one's kind of like smoother, so if I get into it, it's kind of like, might be wrong on that. This one's trying to bring this one back a bit. Oh, did I break the seat? That's this thing. Oh, did I strip it out?
Fudge. Darn it, man. I just stripped that bolt out. Oh well, it's okay. Oh man, I just stripped it out.
If you're making a to-do list today, make it easy on yourself. Just write down the reasons, then write down eat them, and then kind of done for the day.
I overtook this bolt. Darn, I gotta find a new bolt. Alright, babe, gotta go shuffle through. I gotta find a bolt because I just stripped that thing out. I like torqued it down too much. I wasn't paying attention. That one should work. Let's see if it works. Oh, I freaking stripped that thing out. Fudge. Darn it. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to find 2 more bolts then. They have a lot of these things, so I guess I'm gonna have to use one with 2 of them, I think. Right? Oh, I gotta take that thing. Fudge. It's okay. We got it right in there. Gotta take this thing and put it on the other side. Guess I should just film this, huh? I'll just film it, everybody. You get to just see the struggle of breaking parts. Oops. That worked. Okay, so we're gonna take this thing. I modded this actually. See that little notch right there? Which is probably why I stripped this thing out, because I've been modding these things, so. And what we're going to do is we're going to place this over on this one. Hopefully it works. I think it should. Oh, wait up. This is why people don't like these things, because they're all janky. Okay, so we're going to just put this one like this. We have to make sure that that little notch part is on that back side like this. Okay, it should work. Where's that other bolt at? Where the heck did it go? Oh, here it is. Right behind me. So I do have a mod thing right here. I think this is why I've been stripping it out, because I have this mod. Maybe I shouldn't run the mod. Okay. Let's see if it works now. These ones are a little bit more frustrating because you have to tighten the backside. What I like to do is I like to take this vice grip and we're just going to tighten. Actually, let's just tighten this side over here. That. We're going to try a new angle today, and we're actually going to adjust. Why I actually like using the railed seats is because you have all these different options to choose from. We're going to try it a little bit differently today. Might help with our cliffhangers. Dude, why did I break this thing? How do I bend that? Freaking bent that thing. Bro, that's sketchy. Dude, I freaking bent this. I don't know how I bent that thing, but I somehow bent that metal thing in there. Bro, that sucks. What? How do you bend that thing? What the, oh, I guess it's because I do this upside down tailwhist. Maybe that's what bent that thing. Let's see if I move it back then. Maybe it'll... Ah, it sucks. Huh. Maybe if I just keep cranking it down. That's what happened last time. I just stripped it out. I think maybe I just gotta crank it. Yeah, I guess that might work, yeah. Alright, I think that might work. We're running this janky Walmart seat. It's actually, I like to run them because I ruin so many seats. And those things are only like, they're really cheap, so like $15 or something instead of like $50. That's why I run those ones. I went through a good amount so far. Like that. Is that a good angle? It's like it's at the lowest setting, so I can't really tell anymore. Yep. A little bit up. It's too even now. That's how some flat riders run. I ain't gonna run it like that though. Need to readjust it. Darn it. We get to customize our bike, everybody. Wait, is my tightening it? It seems really boring to watch, but yeah, we do. Alright, let's try it like this, everybody. I'm gonna be like this.
feel like I'm going to strip this one out too, but... Dang, dude, this thing's sketchy. I guess it's going to run Walmart parts. It moves, bro. Why does it move? That makes no sense. Man, this trick is crazy, bro. I've tried so many things to try and just learn it better, but it's just still hard. I'm going to set it up how I landed it yesterday. I should have just kept the same setup when I think about it. Now I'm like changing up the geometry. I landed it with the geometry yesterday. Right there. Whew. Whew. Maybe we'll change. Well, maybe we'll keep this geometry. See what a locomotive looks like. So that's actually the thing, is I need to find the geometry that I could do all the tricks, all these tricks. I kind of feel like that's a little sketchy now. It's sketchy now. It's crazy like how much all these tricks change, man. Even if you just move it just a couple like centimeters, it changes a lot of the geometry for these flat tricks for some reason. I don't know why, but for some reason it does. And it's kind of annoying, but it's also kind of cool, but this is why flat riders are all OCD about their bike. These little minute changes change a lot, actually. And keep experimenting. Today's just experimentation day, everybody. So we're pushing this one up because that allows me to put my knee a little bit closer when I do the locomotive. And I forgot that that's why I had it that way. Alright, let's try it like this. I like that. And have it a little bit more level. Flat right, I should run it that way.
We're in the workshop. Okay. How's this one at? I have it set up like this for the locomotive. I forgot. That's why I had it set up this way. Yep. Yeah, that one I can hook it a bit more. Whereas when it's crazy because like if it's just a little bit off, like you can't like hook it as like much. It's just ridiculous how much it changes it. Maybe I'm just going crazy, but it feels like it changes it pretty drastically. Okay, let's see if we could do the cliffhanger on this side. We're going to keep it like this. We might actually lower our seat a bit down more. Let's try that. I know I sound crazy, but there's literally so many geometry changes right here. And I feel like the cliffhanger, you have to get this right geometry for, I guess, your own personal preference, but I guess how I did land the cliffhanger yesterday is I had it all the way to that end right there. So let's actually go like half more. Let's try like that. We're basically opting out of doing track stands now because track stands and side glides, which I guess if I want to do those tricks, I'll just raise my seat up. Because you know, like the track stand, it's like that. I just do it like that, but might be time to get rid of that trick in the trick selection for the cliffhanger, if that is what it takes. Oh, we just landed on it. Woo! Huh. Yeah, I thought something would change. I literally just moved that. It's so crazy. I just changed the geometry, like, just a tad, right? Huh. Now let's see if this geometry I can still do the backyard no-hander. I am going to put a screen marker right here. Okay, let's see if we can do the locomotive still. Because then this might be the setup. Because then if I want to do the other tricks, I'll just raise my seat up. Hopefully we can still do the locomotive with the setup. So, let's see if we can do it. It's kind of hard. But I think it's still doable. I think it's not impossible. It's still doable, I think. Still hard. I have to mod it a little bit, maybe. Might have to mod it a bit to everybody. What about the backyard hanger? You always have to make do with it, I guess. Interesting. Who would have thought all this stuff would affect so many tricks, huh? Yeah, it does affect that one quite drastically, actually. Crazy, that's just lowering my seat post just a little bit. Like I can't do the locomotive as much. I guess it's still doable. Whew. Alright. Interesting. Eventually I want to do some sort of locomotive line, cliffhanger locomotive line. Fudge. Oh, come on. What is this? I don't know about that beat, man. I think it's kind of strange.
So you think you know Wix? Do you really? First up, we've got shape video masks. You can use different shapes to create completely different vibes and aesthetics. Or you can create your own graphic. I use the shape composition.
Slow and steady, I guess, for these tricks to learn. Yeah, I changed my geometry a lot right there. Quite drastic now.
Behold, Freddy from True Value. His role, making frustrated homeowners champions of their domains with his expert.
Try like that. It's actually crazy. It's actually, think about how I was normally running it without the tilt. Right. I might go back to the OG setup. Yeah, the OG setup opts me into so many other tricks. Because I do like side lines. I don't know. You know what would help? I think if I had a smaller frame, that would probably make everything easier. How was that running before? That's what I'm curious about. How was that running before? That's how it was running, yeah. So many options there, buddy. How was I running it before? That's crazy. No way was I running it that high, was I? What the heck? Something ain't right. You might have just been running a little bit higher. That makes it easier. I think it's because my frame's a little longer. I'm able to kind of like, when my seat's higher, I can kind of like, when my seat's higher, I can kind of like get closer right there. When it's lower, that trick's ridiculous. But we're trying to figure out how to do it with all the other tricks as well. I'm just gonna maybe just leave it with this setup and just learn it with this setup. What the brutality? I like this. Let's do this right.
understand what's wrong with this trick. Man, this trick requires some just straight devotion to learn it, dude. What in the world? I just keep having fun. We've gotten into a little bit of a gnarlier side of the flatline room.
Can't a chicken quesadilla isn't just for late night because it has a perfect slow reflection.
Yeah. Let's just keep going for it. We'll learn it. I will say it is easier with the seat lower. I have landed it with the seat lower, so. Let's get back to that, I guess. I think we were down there when I landed it. I think I was down there, and then actually I think my seat was right there. And now I'm changing my geometry so much. Oh, well, we're learning, everybody. Too low. Needs to be that pushed up.
Options at a lasting value. Literally, comes
know, probably seems brutal. I mean, actually, it is brutal. I wish I could say this trick was easy, but this trick is really hard, man. I don't even know. I'm really bad at it, I think. I think we're just bad at this trick. I'm just bad at every double-footed trick. So, trying to learn a double-footed trick. And this probably isn't the first double-footed trick you should try to be learning, but... Give up. Trying to do tricks I'm not good at. So, keep going with this one. We could practice this one like this. This is kind of a new one too. Man, double-footed tricks are hard. It is hard. I don't understand how they're doing it so good. I feel like everything's just so much more precise since you can't just correct it with your leg. Isn't that crazy? Right when I put my dang foot on there, it doesn't work. When I see it work, I know it works for other people. That is so hard. It makes no sense. Electric wire. Maybe we should work on easier tricks. I feel like I'm not really getting anywhere with the double-footed, man. I feel like I'm on a plateau with the double foot. I can practice funky tail it. Ooh, that's pretty close.
What the? What am I doing wrong? That's the problem with a lot of these tricks. I literally don't even know what I'm doing wrong. It's like figuring out a puzzle or something. Figuring out a puzzle. I think I'm going to push the seat just a little bit closer. I think I had it a little bit closer. So. And now let's keep like this. Oh, that was it. That was close. Oh my goodness. Holy Toledo. Oh, fudge. You have to like stall the funky chicken. That's what makes it hard, I think. At least it's fun.
Coors Banquet, same brewing tradition since 1873. Start your legacy.
What is this? In the beginning, see unto the Lord, and all my geometries are messed up. What about you? Praise Jehovah. I want to check my man.
That was the setup I had. We're back to square one, everybody. I just tried all those different geometries, all to go back to this geometry. I'm just so used to this geometry mess, so. Oh well. Oh, my time, me mine. It's fun. Maybe that's what's messing me up. Sketchy. Is that my seat or is that? I think I just broke my seat. I like it for elbow glides too. I guess that's what we could try. We could try turbine steamroller to elbow glide. I've never done that. Huh. Oh, cool. Steamroller. Ooh, that would work out. Huh, that's actually a new combo. That's hard. Ah, fudge. Dude, you can like turbine that elbow glide. I feel like I wonder if you could pump the elbow glide.
I guess we practice also the Kevin Jones no-hander.
Oh wait, I gotta, let's see, what thumbnail did I get yesterday? Oh yeah, that's the thumbnail I got. What no-handed trick do we do? Maybe a Joel no-hander.
Maybe a locomotive. Maybe foot chair no-hander.
Well, I guess we could do this one too. I forgot about this one. Yeah, I can't change the seat, man. This seat's like the setup. There's so many no-handed tricks in it. What's this? Is this copyright free? I don't know if it is or it isn't. Nope, it's not on. It's not on copyright. Oh, that's easy. Should do this cheesy one.
I like the track size be so real.
Oh yeah, there was the squeaker no-hander.
There's a way he does it. How do they do that? I don't understand. Oh wait, that's what he does. I think they go like that. Basically this. And do it upright. I guess I could try and run that one. I haven't learned anything today. This is brutal. Yeah, well. I guess I would have wanted to flip it here. That might be why. Oh, I can't put it on here. Oh, I guess I can. Let's put it on here.
Nutrition Whole Health Plan, helping dogs dog healthy.
We are always in motion. Getting this? This.
There we go. Maybe that's how I should just land it. Just freaking stall it to the ground. Yeah, I actually think, I mean, I've done it before. I haven't done it like that before. Pretty weird.
That's the way to do it, I think. That's probably the easiest write out. Come on. Fudge. That trick's just hard. Because every write-out's hard. Like, I think the write-out's easy, and then I try and write out of it, just all of them are hard. I don't know why. I think what you gotta do is you gotta go super, super slow. Just creeping at it. You gotta like scuff it all the way to a dead stop, basically. Like that. That's fun. That one just feels so weird. See if we can learn that one. Are my cranks still tight? Yeah, they're kind of still tight. That's kind of weird, huh?
Want to know my secret for visibly improving skin tone and texture? Aveeno positively radiant with the benefits of clinically proven soy to even skin tone and texture.
Oh, that's what I did. I switched my foot. Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm messing up. I have to switch my foot.
Intriguing. Move on. Kyle 19 Pro. What up, dude? What's up, man? Just grinding, bro. Today is kind of brutal on the bike. Man. Because I'm kind of doing tricks I'm not good at. I could just do gyrators all day. I can learn those, but I actually don't think I've done a gyrator today. That's probably why I haven't learned anything. I'm trying not to do gyrators because that's the only trick I do. Basically, trying to learn new tricks. I'm basically really bad at the front wheel. I'm very inconsistent with front wheel tricks, besides just a hang five. Do you like riding flatland? You like riding bikes? What's your favorite trick, man? I'm gonna do this switch with circle K. Stretch. I'll stretch for you, bro. Oh. Pop my back. Oh. Today's hard, man. I am bad at the front wheel. I have come to the conclusion, everybody, that the front wheel is just very hard for me. I feel like back wheel tricks are easier for me to learn. Like, I just end up just picking them up faster. The front wheel tricks, I don't know what it is about the front wheel, man. It might be the stem or something, I don't know what it is, but something's messing me up, I think.
It's your anniversary today. You could have arrived empty-handed, but you exist in a world where
You have a trick I should do? I don't know what trick I should do. There's actually another one, a new one right here. Let's try it. How do I do it? It's been a while. Maybe, yeah, we'll try it. Adjust the brakes just a little bit more. We'll do like a no-hander to decade. I've only landed one of these. Into that, and then into that, and then into a decade. It's kind of cheesy, but it's fun. This is so messed up. Easy trick, but that's a fun trick for me. Like a rocket no-hander. Oh, let's do it right there. Oh, that was so close. It's really fun. That was fun. I didn't like the no-hander tricks are cool. Oh, you gotta get that right one. Oh, it's so sketchy.
somehow landed that. That was hilarious. See, I don't know if I can change my seat setup at the moment. I do so many no-handed tricks with this seat setup that it's a little hard for me to change it. Do you like riding BMX bikes? You're still in here? I don't know if you are. Do you know, hey, since you speak Spanish, I don't know if you understand, there's actually a Spanish-speaking flatland rider on Twitch. Let me give you his Twitch handle. Check out Moya Flat on Twitch. He speaks Spanish. You need to do it better. Oh, dude, I got a new one. What about with your endo, rocket no hander, fakey, decade track stand no hander? Ah, darn it. Be kind of fun. That's just a What the heck? Dude, gnarly. Just learned a new trick. Dude, that's radical. I've never done that before. You gotta like get it right. That was sketchy. Man, I like just like messing around, just finding some sort of new trick. That was cool. Radical, dude. And I'm wondering, like, what? I wonder if we could do, like, endo, no-hander, fakie, half-cab, foot jam, no-hander. That might be kind of cool. We have found a new line. Hopefully there's a copyright free. Alright, endo, no-hander, fakie half cab, foot jam, no-hander. Cheesy line, but I think it's cool. That was sketchy though. Huh. Really? Huh. I've never done that in my entire life. We just found a new line. Woo! Let's try to do a good one. Dude, imagine if you did a no-handed spoof. That would be gnarly. Holy moly, that would be insane to see. You imagine seeing someone doing that? Imagine seeing somebody 8 foot out of a quarter pipe. Boom, just no-handed spoofing there on the railing guard. That'd be gnarly, dude. That was rad. Ah, darn it. Darn front wheel check. I'm so bad at it. I tried to save it. Dude, we landed a new line. I'm so happy. Today was brutal. I really thought I wasn't going to land anything, even though that was a generator line. I said I was going to try not to do generators. It's the only trick I could basically land, unfortunately. Just generators. Dude, this song is cool, huh? What would you guys consider? This is like hip hop drum and bass. We're gonna listen to it again. Wait, is this copyright free? Oh, it is copyright free. For some reason I can't save it in a playlist. Let's do it again. Let me just write down when it was. That was 3:29. Just in case I don't get the stream marker correct. Let me see if I can save this to a playlist. It's a pretty cool song. Why does it just say... Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. Right? Why doesn't it work? Oh, here it is. Okay. Put that to God, then we'll put it to seal. I'm trying to think what other no cannon lines would there be. Adjust your brakes back to normal. Should just like that. I don't mess around like that. Oh, I almost did it. Well, these front wheel tricks. Why are they so inconsistent? Just all the front wheel flatliners. I don't know how you guys do it. Might be this actually, might be this tire. Maybe I'm running too small of a tire. That was fun. That was really fun. We added some random kickflip into Smith. It was rad. Did we land like that second try? Or first try, I think, right? That's crazy. Or second try.
In Piper's older years, Yvonne catered her grooming.
It don't make sense, right?
Because she couldn't hold the position.
Okay. For some reason, I can land that. I feel like that is easier than the cliffhanger. The cliffhanger is just gnarly hard. I don't know why. It's a double foot trick, that's why. It's a double footer. Seat's moving on me, I feel it. No, I broke it. I somehow bent it. Oh, I tried to do the peace sign. I should have done that. Oh my goodness. I'm about to take my hand off. Dude, the front wheel, bro. Every front wheel trick is brutal for me. That's pretty cool, huh? What is this? The old 90s beat bop beat. Boom bap. Please. Are you kidding me? Oh man, I messed it up again. What the? Whoa, I almost did like a decade or something like that. Oh wait, I forgot about boomerangs. I forgot about that trick. Boomerangs. Oh, actually I saw this one dude do a gnarly boomerang. Let's see if we can do it. He does boomerang to peg wheelie. Let's see if we got it. Oh wow, that's actually really hard. That was Alex Jumlin, by the way. Oh no, are these copyrighted? Fudge. Darn, I think that beat was copyrighted.
I was always riding like BMX bikes, jumping curves and stuff. But I guess when I really started learning stuff is when that movie ride came out, and then seeing like commercials and stuff and people doing tricks and bikes and stuff. I started to it that way. And then my dad mentioned.
Are you kidding me, bro? I almost landed.
Like learning that, like the long ones, and introduced me to them. And that's when I really started learning stuff. Hanging out with people that were better than I was.
Dude, that was so close. Oh my goodness. I'm like turbining it.
I'm not sure. I've been living along these two since a while. Since I've been living in that area for so long. Most of the time I'm right by myself. And that's what I'm talking to. So like I see people around, you know. And every now and then I might rather step on Sarah or that's it pretty much. I stare at Stefano and but not a whole lot. You know, most of the time it's just by myself. I always kept to myself growing up, so I never really hung out with too many people. There's no particular reason why I write, except for like the fact that I like to write, you know. And that's pretty much it. Just like to write and like spending time with people.
That's hard. How do they do that trick? I'm just bad at every double foot trick. What's going on here? I'm really, really hard. The practice is double. Peace. That was fun.
And welcome back to this US Open office plan.
Miller just loved it.
Man, I just used the seat so much to land tricks, actually. I wouldn't have landed that funky chicken if I didn't have that seat like that. So,
They just start working together if they want to ace this project.
Let's see if they can use Grammarly to their advantage. Chelsea says he can make a point in a friendly way.
And Miller is taking empathetic out for a spin.
And this could be the tiebreak, though. Grammarly is
oh, I ran out of speed. That thing's fun, man. It feels like you're just in this crazy, like, little tornado. I wonder how you pump that. There has to be a way to pump the elbow glide. Pretty tired. It's about time to draw. I guess let's do a Zacchaeus Doma line. This one's for Zacchaeus Doma, a grease rider. Actually, no, I can only get front of the line. Oh, gnarly. I'm trying to really turbine it fast. What if we could just go straight up in a tornado in that thing? Just roll over. Alright, we're tired. That'll be a little session, I guess. Honor, dear, glory be to God. That's to draw a character. Maybe we should do a graffiti piece. I think I'm burnt out of the graffiti pieces, so I haven't really been doing the graffiti pieces. I've been kind of burnt out of it. Okie dokie, let's see. Let's read some of the scriptures, everybody. Let's see. Let's read this. It is better to take refuge in the Lord than to trust in man. It is better to take refuge in the Lord than to trust in princes. All nations surrounded me. In the name of the Lord I cut them off. What in the world? That's a weird one. They surrounded me. They surrounded me on every side. In the name of the Lord I cut them off. They surrounded me like bees. They went out like a fire among thorns. In the name of the Lord I cut them off. I was pushed hard so that I was falling, but the Lord helped me. The Lord is my strength and my song. He has become my salvation. Glad songs of salvation are in the tents of the righteous. The right hand of the Lord does valiantly. The right hand of the Lord exalts. The right hand of the Lord does valiantly. Oh, this must be a song, because it just said that twice. It seems like when I read this, it actually might be a song. A psalm that's a song. I shall not die, but I shall live, and recount the deeds of the Lord. The Lord has disciplined me severely, but he has not given me over to death. Open to me the gates of righteousness, that I may enter through them and give thanks to the Lord. This is the gates of the Lord. The righteous shall enter through it. I thank you that you have answered me and have become my salvation.
The stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Holy moly, that's a prelude to the Lord, Jesus Christ. Dude, that's crazy. I don't even have that one underlined. Where's my pen at? I don't have my pen out here. Oh well. The stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. This is the Lord's doing. It is marvelous in our eyes. This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. That one coincides with the one that we should rejoice in the Lord always. Save us, we pray, O Lord. O Lord, we pray, give us success. That's weird. That's actually strange. Huh. Oh, that's weird. I never really it's interesting that they would pray for that. It's odd. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. We bless you from the house of the Lord. The Lord is God, and he has made his light to shine upon us. Bind the festal sacrifice with cords up to the horn of the altar. You are my God, and I will give thanks to you. You are my God, I will extol you. Oh, give thanks to the Lord, for he is good, for his steadfast love endures forever. Psalms 118, verses 8 through 29. All right, everybody, let's go draw now. All right. Man, today is brutal. Oh my goodness, it's brutal on the bike. But we landed some maneuvers, so we're happy. Man, that was a brutal day. Oh my goodness. It's because I'm just trying to learn these new tricks. And man, these new tricks, they ain't coming easy, man. Oh, man. We tried. I guess that's what matters. We tried for like 2 hours. I feel like I didn't land. I literally did not land a single thing for 2 hours on the bike. Man, that's brutal. What in the world, man? I guess that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. We're in flatland. Let's pack up our belongings, everybody, and we will be going inside, and we will be drawing a picture. Hopefully we can give glory to the Lord in it. I think I might have an idea. Instead of maybe doing a knight-ish character, what about we do a modern-ish character, and we put a Bible verse on their shirt. Let's see here. Intriguing. I love to praise him. I love to praise his name. I love to praise him. I love to praise his name. I love to praise his holy name. For he's my rock. My rock, my... Oops, let me put this thing on.
Let's see. Is this thing even working? Oh, dude, it's not even working. What in the... Oh, here we go. I need to figure out all the lyrics to that song. Let us sing to the Lord songs of gladness. Glory be to the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings, the Lord Jesus Christ. And you know what? I'm actually maybe going to change the setup. Because I feel like when I'm in it, I'm like, I have to get like super close into it. Maybe I should push this phone to the side just a tad. Intriguing. Interesting. I'm just wondering, like, if I could get closer into it without, because my head's like literally touching this phone right here, so it's kind of hard for me, because I should be like sitting like this, but this phone's in the way of my head. Actually, what actually might be better is if I push this phone closer to this thing. Let's try that. Intriguing. Let's try a new setup, everybody. Okay, so we are going to be pushing this closer to this parameter. Wait, is that going to work? How am I going to do that? Darn it, let's see here. Okay, let's move this to the side real quick. Let's just unravel this device. We'll push the... Oh, darn it. Fudge. I forgot there's that little thing holding it in the back. Okay, so we'll push that device to the side. We'll push this a little closer in, like so. Then we will take this device and we will secure it onto this thing. I think that would work, right? I thought that's sketchy. Darn it. Everybody gotta fix this thing. How did I have this thing on here? Darn, how did I have that in the world? Okay, what about we have it like that? We'll take this. Oh, darn it. Okay, maybe it might fit like that. Maybe, potentially. Fudge. Okay, let's see if that works. Is this closer to it? Is that exactly the same area? Hugh Tal Hermano. Welcome. trying to figure out a new setup. This phone is like right in front of my head, and like I feel like I can't like get up close to it without like it messing up my drawing. And is this all the way out? Okay, so this is all the way zoomed out. Let's see. So if I were to take, for an example, a drawing. Man, there's a lot of cringy drawings I did. There's a lot of cringy ones in here, man. I actually really like this one. I don't know if you're still in here, Creative, but this one I really like. I don't know, I think that looks pretty good, right? Okay, so this way I can get a little bit more closer up into it now. There we go. I think I have the good setup now. Now how I did this one was another box one. Look at that little squirrel riding the lion. I did this one probably a year ago. On stream. Whole thing on stream. I actually forgot. I actually used to work a little bit differently. See, I actually used to work differently. I did the figure in blue, I did the bike in green, and I did that. I actually worked more, this is kind of more animator. If you see some animators, they actually work with some of these colored pencils, and they'll just kind of color code things to, for the layer aspect of it. Huh, maybe I should start working like that again. The lion wants a bike too. That worked out pretty good. Some of them don't work out. So here's the thing about these drawings, right? For every one that I do, there's probably about 10 of them that I don't like. It's basically 1 out of 10 drawings do I actually like. This one actually worked out though. Let's see what will happen if I zoom this in. Oh, I think actually this might be a good setup. Maybe not, because then I'm still close up to it. How do I set this up? I mean, I guess I could push it down a little bit. Maybe that's what I should do, like push this down just a tad. There we go. That way I could work maybe like that. Right. Still seems sketchy. I'm gonna have to push this thing down. That's okay, we'll just have it like that. Yeah, I guess I could work like that, it'll be fine. Okay, I need to wash up real quick and I'll be back in there. How the writing goes? Brutal today, actually. Actually, most days I guess are kind of brutal, but I've just been kind of like trying to learn tricks more, like, because I could just sit there and just do stuff that I already know how to do, but today I've been really trying to want to learn new tricks, so had to go through that. I'll be right back, though. I need to get cleaned up and adjust all the settings. I'll be back. drank an entire jug of water. I'm still dehydrated. That's brutal. Okay, now I need to plug everything in. Put our power source in. Oh yeah, this in. The squirrel! Man, those thumbnails don't work out very good. I was looking it up, actually. It actually takes a lot of ingenuity to actually get a thumbnail to read that small. I didn't draw those, by the way. I just got those off Pinterest or Google or something like that. Why is this so dark? Is this dark or is this not dark up in here? Oh wait, there it goes. It was, for some reason, it was super dark up in there. What in the world? What in the monkey? What? Why do people say jump in Jehoshaphat? I guess I don't hear people say that too much, but I feel like I've heard that. And I feel like Jehoshaphat was something in the Bible. Jump in Jehoshaphat. I actually have this emote thing. Check this out. So if I do this and we go like this. Oh, it's not on. Oh, it is on. I put these floating emotes right here. Actually, you don't have it on. Let's see. I need to adjust it actually. And so it's if you want to have these floating emotes in here, what I do is I went into. You can go into Stream. I guess honestly the easiest thing is you just Google or you just YouTube it. YouTube floating emotes onto your Twitch thing. Basically, you just go to Stream Elements, you create this new thing, and then you import it into your OBS. It's really weird. I was like, what in the world? Because I saw this other Christian streamer and she had all these floating emotes, and everybody's just spamming emotes, dude, because I feel like she mastered the emote game. And so her entire chat is just like, emote, 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 emote. I actually like Twitch because of that. Because of the emote thing. That was pretty cool. Where are my emotes at? Oh, here it is. Where's that? Dude, that's so cool. It like goes up there. I guess you could see the emote like that. That's pretty cool, huh? And you could do different ones. So I have the floating bubble one. There's like ones where it kind of like rolls down. Some people, what they do is, you know, like that little thing where they have the portrait of them as a, you know, they're talking and stuff. They can customize the floating emote so the emote goes down, it twirls down and hits them in the head, and then kind of like spins off. It's kind of funny, but you can actually customize it like that too. There's so many customizations you could do on your stream that I don't really know about. I'm just starting to get into it, doing that. Okay, what am I doing here? Oh yeah, let's put some music on. That's over here. Let's get our plug in for our power supply. Let's push that to the side. Minions? Are you talking about viewers? Honestly, I don't care about viewers. In the beginning, I was like trying to get viewers, but at this point, I honestly don't even care about how many viewers are even watching the stream.
I'm gonna be honest, sometimes I actually like it better when people aren't even watching the stream, because then I just get to just fail and fail and fail. Because I feel like when there's a lot of people, especially like yesterday, you know, like when there's more than like 7 people watching, I definitely start getting like weirded out. I'm like, and I'm just like trying to like, I don't know, right? Even though I'm like used to it, I'm still not totally used to it. Especially when I'm riding my bike. Not really drawing per se, but when I'm riding my bike. Because I feel like when like there's more than 7 people watching me when I'm riding my bike, I'm like, oh, I gotta land something. Oh, tech minions, huh? Let's see. Let me close this window. Oh yeah, we can put a BMX video up. Dude, this is radical. We can promote the bike in a... Another day, another victory for the OG. This is funny, everybody. Remember to have fun, everybody. There was once this athlete, and he told me, the person that is winning the most is the one that is having the most fun, even if you get in last place. I know it's kind of cheesy, but try to remember that. Oops. Should I have the thing on? I feel like I don't like having the thing on. We can have it on, I mean. I feel like more people just tune off when I put the portrait thing on. I kind of don't like it. I need to get used to it, though, right? Is this in the right angle? What am I doing here? Okay, let me move this a little bit. It's kind of hitting that thing. There we go. This is Ryan Nyquist, by the way. He is I don't know if he still is, he is the Olympic coach for America for BMX riding. And this dude's I think this dude's 55 years older. I don't know, maybe he's 47. I actually don't know how old he is, but he's much older than me. So these are all how-tos. Let's see here. I need some music. Drew Bizanson, dude, this dude became a really big believer. I feel really bad. This guy I think he crashed really, really hard. And unfortunately, I don't think he still rides. But he is a really big believer at the moment because I actually follow him on Instagram. What is he teaching? Oh, he's doing... I didn't know there was a how-to on how to do an over ice pick. Huh. That's a very, very 90s trick. When I see someone doing that, I'm like, dude. It's definitely a rare trick. You don't see too many people doing that one. Should I just do a night? I don't know what to draw today, everybody. I might just draw a simple night or something. Or we will draw I kind of wanted to draw kind of a modern character, maybe with a Bible verse on her shirt or something like that. Lion bike. I don't know about that. That one's... I have some lion characters right here. I don't know if I put it on the bike. This is actually probably my best lion night I've ever done, though. This is the one I would ink. ink them out on stream. I was thinking about maybe getting back into inking, but man, inking just frustrates me. Does inking frustrate you? I feel like when you look it up on YouTube, they're just like, oh, this is very relaxing. We're just going to ink it out. And then I ink it out and I just spend an hour on it and I just mess it up and I just go crazy in my mind. What is this? Jenny Bestwick. I've never seen that before. Where are the other how-to videos? What's this guy? He's like a knight. I never got to try it, but he does. I think he works at Woodward. I think he works at Woodward, man. I might do like a modern character with a bike or something. I forgot I'm still in the BMX category. Let me change it to art. We're going to switch it to art, everybody. A-R-T. Boom. I don't know what to draw. Might just do like a fairy trick or something. More in order. I haven't done like a fairy trick in a while. Should we do another character? I don't know if I should even do a character. Maybe we should just doodle. Maybe we should just doodle. Squirrel home. I have drawn a squirrel home before. This one maybe do up in here. Let's see. In a Trent head. Oh my god. I don't know about that. I'm gonna try and draw a bike. I feel like as long as I draw a bike, it kind of like keeps me. Sounds ridiculous, right? But oh, dude, you know what's really funny? One of my good friends, his name's Ryan Russell. He used to live in this very house right here. It's insane. He used to live there. Okay, let me get some paper up in here. Oh, dude, I used to work there. Woodward. I did Create Escape there. That was crazy. That was actually my first, like, professional art job. I literally got to draw on skateboards 10 hours a day. I would do that, and then, like, probably 10 hours, 8 hours a day for, like, 7 months, bro. It was crazy. It was insane. Where are my pencils at? Guess we have this one. We have this one. Our materials, everybody. I think I have to sharpen that a little bit soon.
Let me think about this. Let me think about this, travelers. I did one skateboard for my brother's spider SpongeBob. Huh. Yeah, how we would work at Woodward is basically they gave us this masking tape of like kind of like this stuff right here, but it was like that. It's probably like the inch wide blue tape. What we would do is how we would do it. The kids would come up to us. I actually had a little board and I had these little thumbnails and I had all these different monsters that they could pick, right? Now, if they wanted to make their own board, they could make their own. Actually, I actually have one of the stencils from that job. Here, I'll show you. It's actually a Dogtown stencil. Thought I had it somewhere, you know. I don't know where it is. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I have this. You can actually see what we worked on right here. See this blue tape right here? And we did make stencils. So this is a Dogtown stencil I made when I was working over there. And this is actually, it's kind of crazy. We would work on, these are actually x-rays from people getting hurt at Woodward. And that's what we would work on. So we also did the stencils like this, but also what we would do is so basically if the kids came up to us, first they would have to buy the board at the skate shop. It was like $20, right? And then what they would do is they would come to this big tent. There's actually a video I could show you. There's this big tent, and then like they would come up and I'd be like, okay, what's your favorite color, right? And then what I'd do is I'd make the board their favorite color. Then I would basically circle in something like that. I would spray paint that part white, right? And then what I would do is then I would cover it again with tape, and then I would actually draw on top of the tape and then use an X-Acto knife and cut it out and then spray it down. It was actually really brutal. Now that I think about it, it was such a long process. If I could go back and do it, I feel like what would be faster is literally just drawing on the skateboard itself instead of doing the stencil stuff. Because that stencil stuff was just taking way too long. But it was a good practice for sure. Now we're probably gonna do like a fairy chick or something. We're gonna do a fairy chick, okay? Logan Martin, 2012. Pretty gnarly, dude. Have you been streaming, bro? I haven't seen you live, huh? What you guys stream, bro? What you guys stream, bro? Intriguing, huh? What up, Priceless? What up, dude? This I'm about to draw. What are you guys doing? Probably gonna draw a fairy chick. This is basically my video game time, by the way.
I might. What do you guys think? It's actually funny. I've been uploading all my old streams, and in my early streams, what I actually used to do is I actually used to draw, and then I would play WoW. I would literally I would draw, I'd get frustrated, and then I'd just play WoW. I'd do like a battleground or something. I might go back and do that, but I just feel like I don't know if I should do that because I feel like it's kind of like I only have a certain amount of time, and I feel like it's either I'm going to just fully just draw or I'm just fully going to play a video game, or I could just kind of do it both, but then the streams just end up becoming too long and I won't finish anything. And then I'll have to do things in 2-day periods, which I don't know if that's very productive for me. What do you guys think? Should I play video games or no video games? Video games or no video games? Let me put out a different video. What should we watch? Nah, no video games. But they're the popular people, man. The video games are popular, dude. Actually, one of the biggest Christian streamers, he plays WoW. So I've been kind of been like, should I play WoW too, or no? I need to find a long BMX video. I don't know what to put on. I play Overwatch 2. I played a lot of Overwatch. Where I used the main Mercy and Widowmaker. Mercy Widowmaker player. Where are my playlists here? What in the world? Where are my playlists? Where am I gone? Sorry, but I'm just getting everything set up. Trying to find a long video that's would be okay to watch. We might just watch BMX racing. Let's just watch that. We'll watch women's BMX racing. Olympics. I can just put it on and not have to worry that anything bad's in it or something. This is women and men's semifinals. This is cycling, mountain biking. I actually never seen this one. Women's elite. Where are all these videos? They're all short. Tracer, there is actually this really cool Tracer Olympic skin. Tracer was cool. Why is this video all big like that? Oh, here we go. Bro, there's so many windows up. It's just ridiculous. I'm just I have the tablet right here. We have this right here. I have the camera right there. We have this camera connected to that thing over here. We have this over here. It's almost just overwhelming to me. And then I'm trying to manage the video right here. What in the world? Okay, what am I? And then okay. So here is our simplicity. Even though we have all of this set up over here, this is nice and simple. Let me take this text thing off. Boom. I actually did have this, should I do the little, here, I'm actually in my experiment here. Let's experiment actually, everybody. Because I actually made a new thing that's kind of cheesy, but I made a slideshow. By the way, if you guys have OBS, you guys can make a slideshow
on your thing. Let me see if I can do it. Because I know people are OC, like they just like seeing random stuff. But I feel like I need to delete all these. Let's see here. How do I change this? This doesn't make sense. I have to manually put them in here. That sucks. So we go over here. We go to BMX Mag. Let's see if we open that up. Why doesn't it work? I don't know. I'm going to have to change. I'm going to have to mess around with this actually. I don't think it's going to work. I made some sort of slideshow thing, but it doesn't work on here right now. I have to tweak it. Man, this trick is gnarly right here. Dude, those jumps are humongous, bro. They're freaking gnarly, bro. If you go up into those jumps and see them, because the Olympic jumps are like something else. Like, it's crazy because this is actually the first form of BMX riding that was actually in the Olympics. It was actually being somewhat frustrating for people, but that's why we have this. This is why this proportion thing is just so important. But basically what this kind of allows people to do, or I guess what I do, is this is basically an underlayer. Alright, I think we're good to go on our next. Seeing if this is going to fit in here. It's going to be right there. It's going to be kind of like a tangent. I guess it's not that much of a tangent. Oh, the seat's going to be weird. I guess she's going to have a low seat. Yeah, darn. I might actually push this bike. Oh, no. It's going to be weird. I guess at the end of the pec. How am I going to do this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. I think I messed that up. Darn it, I did. She's gonna have leaf armor. Leaf armor? What do we do for this one? Oh, look at this one. She just has straight up full on leaf armor. She has leaf knee pads. What in the world? That was hilarious. I can't believe I did that. Let's do that. Leaf knee pads. That was hilarious. Should we just go full-on leaf armor? Huh. Could go full leaf armor. That'd be kind of cheesy. Who are you watching here? What is this? This is Javelin. Just keep working on it. I don't know about these wings, so I don't know if I'm gonna add this in there. You're gonna add this though in here, so I guess let's just go for it. Might do like a, I don't know if we're gonna do like a flat.
Shout out to all the Olympians out there. Shout out to all the Olympians. Women's long jump, huh? And there's like, they just bombarded me with a bunch of Olympic athletes. Let's watch this. This is 30 minutes long. Holy moly. I've never really watched this before. Let's see. Let's see if our hypothesis worked. Am I going to be able to erase some of this because I kind of messed that up? Okay. What about this? No, see it. Okay, it kind of did work. Okay. But still, it's kind of sketchy, right? Didn't full erase it right there. That's why you have to be careful. I'm still not sure what we're going to do right there because I got to keep it somewhat. I mean, I don't know. I think about sometimes I think about just wearing leaves as clothes. I have to think about this as kind of like a more, what's the word? Modest or something like that, right? How would we do that? That's why the B-Make videos. Watch Matthias Dandoa's bike check. I guess we could probably listen to it actually. I don't think there's music in there. Would I get in trouble for watching this? I don't think I would. I mean, I'm promoting Flatland. I mean, I think Matthias would be cool. No, we'll just not watch it. I don't know if there is music in it. Yeah, we'll just watch like this. I don't know if there is music in it, so I don't want to, like, get the copyright thing. Oh well. Okay, what are we doing here? You know what we
could have a sword right here. Should we not do that? Should we do a sword right there? No. That is the question. Sword right there or no sword? Because I feel like... What I'm doing right. Sword right here or no sword? That's the question right now. I'll just think about something else. But it's looking pretty. I think we're ready to really start focusing in, which is going to be this, and then we'll just keep going around it. Yeah, it's kind of lame watching this video with that. I guess it's cool because you kind of see it like that, right? Matthias Dandowa's bike check. Okay. What we're going to do now is we are going to focus in. And we're going to try and focus in on this portrait and the hands, which Brad Rigney, there's this artist Brad Rigney, he said to work on the hardest sections first. That's what we're going to try and do. Now, not everybody does this, by the way. This is just what Brad Rigney said. And he worked for MTG, so if he's worked for MTG, I feel like he's learned a little bit of the tricks of the trade. Should we watch a different video? I don't know if the bike check is very entertaining at the moment. Let's watch Bobby Carter. We should watch Bobby Carter, everybody. Alright, let's do this. Let's zoom in on this actually. Is that good? Should be good, right? Oh, fuck, man. There's an edge on the pencil. That's why I always have this right away. An edge on the pencil. So we see the eye right there. I know that's where the end of the ear goes. It's kind of a rough guesstimation. go for it. I kind of want to just start inking it out. That is how I used to do some of these inks, is I would do the hard parts first and I just start inking everything else out. We might try that out today. Oh yeah, I totally messed up what I was going to do. We're supposed to be going for the hardest parts first. Just the hands and the portrait. Huh. Don't mess it up. Let's do the halo later.
do this hand. I don't know if are we going to do a sword? I think we are going to do a sword. It's kind of weird because there's the sword and buckler right there, so that's a little strange, but that'll work. By the way, I do a lot of this guy's tricks. Perry Murbar. Shout out to Perry Murbar. So hardest parts first, portrait, hands. Let's try and work on this hand. Oh, there we go. Got that thing out. Dropped it. Yeah, it would work. Oh man, my hand's not really working, huh? Okay. Should we do the sword or yeah, I kinda already did it. Actually, I don't know if I am gonna do it. Sword or no sword? I did do this one drawing of a sword that was really cool. Where is it? Let's see if I can find it. There's like one really gnarly leaf sword I did. Where is it? Where is the leaf sword, everybody? Where are all my drawings? There's a gnarly leaf sword I did. I remember. Which one was it? Where is it? I don't know where it is. It's in this pile. We got giant piles of drawings. We're finding, see, I done that leaf sword. That one doesn't really fit. There was one that I did that was really, really gnarly. Where is it? No. This one actually kind of reminds me of it. That one. There's also another one we did that was actually really gnarly. Where is the other leaf sword? I think that might be the one that we're gonna... I have another one that's really gnarly. I don't know where it is. Where is it? Oh yeah, it's this one. There's this leaf sword. What can I try? Or maybe a hybrid of that one and this one. I think that's what I might go for. I don't know. Is this? She seems like a very. How do you draw a fairy sword? What would a fairy sword look like? What would a fairy sword look like, huh? I guess ultimately it'd be a sword of the spirit, right? I think we're gonna go more like this one, actually. Yeah, maybe go more like this one. We'll kind of go to a hybrid of those two. We're gonna hybrid of these two, so let's give it a whirl. Dude, look at that trick. What the? Is this still going on? Okay.
Okay, everybody. We're just going to send it. We're sending the leaf sword, everybody. Right? We're doing a hybrid of this one. Okay, so how would that look like? Okay, so interesting. Huh. Hybrid of this one. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Kinda wanted to put a heart somewhere on it, but I guess we could put maybe a very faint heart right there. Yeah. New video. I've seen this before. Okay, everybody. What are we doing right here? We're trying to make a buckler. Which looks really janky. Man, I shouldn't have done that. Fudge. I don't know where I'm going with it, I guess. It's like she has the sword and the buckler right there. Kind of weird, but. Now I'm kind of wondering, should I just go straight into ink? Because there was a time, right, when I was doing these inks, what I would do is I would work on the hardest parts first, and then I'd just go straight into ink, and then I'd improv a lot of this stuff out with ink. Should we do it? Oh man, but that looks just, man, that's just so gnarly right there. I don't know if I should just go straight into ink or not. We could give it a go just because I haven't done it in a while, but trying to think about what we should do right there too. I guess we're gonna go with it. Some weird leaf thing. Or commit into it. Leaf armor. Leaf armor, everybody. It's supposed to be a shield. It doesn't really look like a shield, does it?
I don't want to just ink it out, but man, should we ink it out or not ink it out? That is the question. I don't know if I am. I know I'm going to get frustrated. Man, I kind of want to ink it out just going to go for it. Screw, we're not inking it out. We're not inking it out. I know I'm just going to get frustrated if I do. But there is a part of me that just wants to ink it out right now, just to kind of it's the fine line of frustration and just execution of just getting it really, just having fun with it. What does it look like right now? It's looking kind of cool. Kind of digging it. Put this leaf armor right here. This is janky right here, but I'm trying to make her like more modest, you know. Which in all honesty, I feel like, yeah, more modest, more leaf armor. Leaf armor, leaf armor, leaf armor. When in doubt, put a leaf on armor. That made no sense whatsoever. Did I break this lid? Belly button? Put an edge on here. Put a peace sign right here, so... Oh darn it, the peace sign didn't really work, but that's supposed to be a peace sign. So we put one more leaf right there. Let's just maybe give it a go. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do one more. Or some early Matthias. Early Matthias Dandawad. Holy moly, he was doing that trick way long ago. Dude, that's insane. Oh, look, there's that trick I've been trying to learn. Man. Dude, Matthias has been riding gnarly for a long time. This is before he even started writing, I think, for horror. Okay, what do we do? We're gonna work over here now. That foot looks weird, oh well. Something like that. It's not even on the screen fully. Oops. I should push it out one more. Right, maybe I could zoom in one more. There we go. There we go. That fits up there. Oh, now the playlist ended, everybody. Is this on copyright? Oh, fudge. I gotta find a copyright-free song, everybody. And I kinda, let's see here. We'll just listen to goth music, I guess.
Hey Judah, what the hell is this?
How would that? Trying to think here. Okay, yeah, so. No. How about that? Yeah. It would be like. There we go. Dude, this character's gnarly. This one actually worked out pretty good. So let's do the sword. Make the bike. We got a peace sign because we're supposed to.
This is kind of, I know it sounds ridiculous, but we're trying to also do like the armor of God thing. Helmet of salvation, breastplate of righteousness, belt of truth, boots of the gospel of peace, sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, and the shield of faith. But it's kind of more of like fairy style armor of God. Yeah, this still Matthias? Still Matthias. Where's that sword we did? Okay, that's how we did it. How do we do that one? I'm looking at these two. Under Armour done. I'm taking this, well, not really, you know, we're kind of doing a hybrid of these two. I've done a lot more of these types of swords. It's just I like these ones at the moment. Kind of remind me. It's kind of weird because these two drawings right here, they're actually not really. I guess this one is a little bit more fairy-esque. This one's just like full-on armor. But this one's just very like. This one's just full-on, almost fairy-esque. Look at this one. Let's take some examples from this one. Let's see here. How do we do the hilt for this one? Oh. Weird. And how did I even do that? That was strange. It's weird, like the vine like goes into the hilt on that one. It's really, really weird, huh? How did that one go? That's so weird how I did that one. Like the vine like goes into the sword on that one anyway. That one's just weird. There we go. Bonus section. One Love Jam. About it anymore. This one definitely had a bit more. BMX video. Guide to Paris. Well, that thing looks crazy. Is this? Oh, darn, this is not a copyright. This is not a copyright. Do we keep that cross? Yeah, we'll take cross, so we'll keep it. It is a little lopsided, though. Should I do it? Because it is kind of like... Oh, keep it. I'm sorry, Lord, if that is not up to your standards. You can have like bookmarks in her Bible. That's what these little things are. Gosh, is that? I don't know. I think that page is a little weird, right? I don't know about that page right there. That'll work like that. I kind of want to do like a plant like growing or something like that for this one. I think I did a couple of those ones. And we're going to take the eye. Like watching the plant grow. What is this? That was a good song, huh? I'm trying to find more. What is this one going to sound like? Dude, this is a good song. For a free song? That's a pretty good song. Okay, let's draw the bike now. I'm gonna switch it to BMX now. You back ready to fit? What up, bro? Look what we got done. That's just a character so far. I'm gonna switch it to BMX though, because we're gonna draw a BMX bike, everybody. So we're gonna play BMX Streets again. 65 viewers. What in the world? Dude, this is a free song right here. It's pretty gnarly for a free song. I gotta save this actually. Wait up, I'm just gonna re-listen to this song because, jeebus, dude, this is a free song. Are you kidding me? They put in a lot of time to write that song just to have it copyright free. That's pretty gnarly. Let me actually see. Is this actually copyright free? I'm actually surprised it is. Is this copyright free? It is. Wow. Huh. Okay, dokie, let's draw this bicycle, everybody. Oh, darn it, I messed that up. Fudge. Ah, well. No front brake today, everybody. You're on like a 36 tooth sprocket. Dude, this song is good, man. It's probably one of the best, maybe not best, copyright-free songs, but in terms of like, this sounds like an actual song you would like hear. One of my favorite writers right here, Dave Smith. He's a believer. Did I save that song? We're gonna save it. Or I think I already did save it, but let me see if I did. Yep, I did save it. Okay. Let's go more. Let's see. What is this one gonna say? Or what's this one gonna sound like? Math? Wow. Free for math rock. Wow. I've looked this up, and I guess some people are. I wonder if they're making. Are they making this with AI?
His role, making frustrated homeowners champions of their domain.
Dude, I've been trying to find math rock for a long copyright-free math rock. Yeah, this sword. It's actually a hybrid of these two swords. Did this drawing. Did this ink. Long time, maybe about a year ago. But then also, we did this one. It's actually a mixture of both of these, look. It has the hilt of this one, kind of, and the shape of that one, but this one is kind of more like a katana. It has to be copyrighted if it's AI? Huh. I don't know if this is AI, by the way, but I know some musicians were talking about, like, AI making stuff, and I wonder what they think about the AI system. What are we doing here? Oh yeah, we're working on the bicycle. Let's go. Where's my thing? There we go.
Dude, this guy's gnarly right here, Dave Smith. You guys can't tell. I try and do... I guess you probably can't tell because I can't even do most of his tricks, but just because this dude's a believer, I started trying to learn a lot of this guy's tricks. Dude, these look like carbon bars, actually. Is this copyright? Wow, this isn't copyrighted either. Gnarly. Well, I don't know about this one. This one has this weird, like... I like drum and bass, don't get me wrong, but I don't know about that little... There wasn't many. What is this one? Wow, this is Midwest email. Let's see what this one sounds like. Put across on the stem, everybody. This is Salvation Stem via Fairy Edition. If you can know the signs. Darn it, and I got that. Look at that, I got that wrong. Oh well, I have to just live with it. This is like a country song. It's weird. There's like some country undertones with the guitar, I feel like. Watch, we're gonna do leaf dropouts. Yeah, dude, there's some like straight up country inspiration up on here. Did you hear it? It was kind of funny. We're changing the song. Oh, we'll go to another one. What is this one gonna sound? Wow, this guy's name's Saint Mike. Wait up, that's weird. Check this out. Where does it say that? It says it right here. Look at this. Saint Mike. He has a song up in here. Copyright free song. Shout outs to Saint Mike. Sounds weird. Every time I see a word, even if it says like saint or something like that, I'm just like, oh, what is that? Like, it's so strange. Like, it just stands out to me. There's something that emanates and now I know it's not like a sign or, I don't know, I guess depending on what a sign really is, I really don't know. But sometimes if I just see, even if I see a little cross, or I'm just like, huh, like I just like pay attention to it a little bit more. I have a St. Mike wrapper here, huh? Listen to this, what it's gonna sound like. Or I might not even like this, but Reaper Roberts, huh? This one kind of sounds like it has like a country undertone too. I thought this was math rock. Doesn't sound like it, but maybe it will be. The wheels are the hardest part to draw on a bike. Mexican guy? Who are you talking about? Oh, the St. Mike guy? This is a long top tube. I've watched this video a lot. I'm gonna change it. No, they do have really good writing in it, but we've watched it a lot. We need another video. What video have I not seen? That's the... Well, it's kind of slow. We gotta change it here pretty soon, everybody. I'm trying to find. Watch this. That's gnarly. Thank you, St. Mike, for that song. Let's go to a new one. Oh, that's sprockets. That. Songs are kind of slow, huh? That's why I kind of like the goth stuff, because the goth stuff's definitely like there's a rhythmic thing with the goth music I've been noticing. It's kind of like do do do. I don't know with the timing. Like here, listen to this song. This is a goth song, right? I like how it's kind of like
It's a little bit more uppity. I think it just goes with the flatland too, honestly. Like if you're scuffing and stuff, it kind of just like, kind of goes with it a little bit more. This is one of my favorite runs though right here, this guy. He's so gnarly. Dude. Look at that. There's a massive crowd right there too. This bike looks weird. The geometry on that one's huge. Or this chick's just really small. maybe that's the thing about it. She's gonna have a leaf seat. Leaf seat? What? What in the... That doesn't make sense. Come on, Gibby. Oh, we'll watch this guy. Jason Brown. I haven't listened to this song before. I think I messed this geometry up pretty heavy, but oh well. We're going with it, everybody. Unfortunately, I messed up that cable. Look at that. I guess I could try and erase it, but look, I can't. It's there! No! You can see my mistake right there. I was going pretty good. I was like pretty like, you know, I've stayed within the segments pretty heavy, but I guess that little wheel right there. See, like I can't erase it. It's brutal. It's just there.
I was about to ink it out. So the other thing, Creative, I don't know if I've told you this. I don't know if you were listening earlier. I used to ink these characters out like this, right? I would do the hardest parts first. I would do the portrait, the hands, and a little bit of the other stuff. And then I just go straight. So from this green layer, I would just go straight into ink. So you know how I just did this entire layer like that? All of that I would do with ink. The thing was, it was kind of fun because I was like, oh, well, I'm just going to ink it out right away. But then it got really, really frustrating later on. I was thinking about doing it with this piece, and I'm actually glad I didn't do it because I was actually about to ink it out. We got 19K in channel points. We need to push up the channel points redeem. Yeah, it's kind of hard to do it because there's all these things. Like you have to make 3 thumbnails. That's actually kind of the hard part. You have to make 3 thumbnails. They have to be like transparent or something. They have to be of a certain size. And then, because you have to make like a custom. Because I have all the ones that like I have like the hydrate one and the stretch one, but the other ones, like the customized ones, I don't know what to put in there, honestly. I don't know what I would put in a custom one, huh? Shout out this company, the only company that's ever hooked it up. That's Cold Crew. Shout out to Ryan Morales. Thank you, man, for hooking it up. Another little Easter egg to shout out. What is that? What is that in there, huh? If you're a BMX rider, you'd be like, what in the world? Wait a minute, what is that? You know what it is. That's the funny thing. Okay, we're gonna write some verses up in here. What verse should I put in here? I wasn't really thinking about the verses, I'm gonna be honest. There is one that says something about sowing peace. Maybe we could do some peace verses. Oh, and then maybe I could put a peace sign in there. Okay, let's... Peace, bibleverses. A big peace sign. There's a lot of peace Bible verses, by the way. There's like 50 of them or something. It's craziness. It's craziness, everybody. Okay, let's see here. I kind of wanted to put that one. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. Maybe we'll do... Maybe this one. If possible, so far as it depends on you, live peaceably with all. That one might be a good one. There's also another one that says the righteous will flourish like a green leaf. Green leaf Bible verses. Gonna have to bounce? Oh, for sure, man. Oh, it's all good, bro. You don't even have to watch these streams, bro. All these are gonna get saved. I'm gonna upload them to YouTube eventually, so. Which maybe I should put the chat thing. Peace out, bro. Keep trying your best, man. What verses should we put on here?
Maybe that one. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and whoever captures souls is wise. I don't know. Let's go back to the peace verses, because then we have a giant peace sign right there. No lies. You don't even need to watch this stream, brother. I really don't care about the views. I honestly feel like it'd be way awkward if there was tons of people watching this stream. Because I would be like, what should I kind of like it how there really isn't that many people watching this stream. Sounds pretty cool. I think we're going to do Romans 12:18 and isn't it? Oh yeah, here we go. That's the one I was thinking about. And a harvest of righteousness is sown in peace by those who make peace. Yeah, we'll do Romans 12:18. This guy's actually a really gnarly believer right here. Trevor Meyer. Shout out to Trevor Meyer. I didn't even put this video on. This video just came on, huh? Okay, actually, I may do it like this. Right here. Dude, this song is actually pretty cool. What a free song, bro. I can't believe it. Where's my ruler at? Where the heck did that thing go? Bro, that was my rare ruler. It better not. Oh, here it is. This is the rare ruler right here. Very, very rare to obtain. This is a very rare item. Hopefully I can fit all these verses in here. I guess we'll just do it like that and see if it fits. Dude, this song is good right here. This is like a beach song. I like it. I love the beach vibes, by the way. I wish I lived by the beach right now, man. We're saving this song. I wish I was by the beach right now, man. Why can't we be by the beach right now, man? That's where I want to be, flatlanding by the beach. Beach vibes. Romans 12:18. Right? Or actually, should we just do James? And a harvest of righteousness is sown in peace by those who make peace. And then the fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and whoever captures souls is wise. Yes. Proverbs, yeah, we'll do James 3:18 and Proverbs 11:30. James 3:18. Okay, let's watch. Let's watch this. Let's do the believer. Watch this one. Even though I watch it so many times.
Righteousness is sown in peace. By those who make peace. Okay, got that one. I'll do Proverbs 3:11-30. Dude, oh my goodness, dude, this paper cut hurts. How can a little paper cut just affect me that much, bro?
Cars lie to us. Motorcycles tell us the truth.
Darn it. This tape's gone. It's donezo. I need a new piece. How about this one over here? Bro, what is wrong with this paper cut? Look at that thing. It's not healing. See that thing? What is up with that thing? That thing freaking hurts. It's like just annoying. Okay, Proverbs 11:30. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life. What does that sound? Comma. And then we got into some crazy free music right up in here. And whoever captures soul is wise. Is the song it?
You have auto glass damage? Trust Safely. In one easy appointment,
Ah, la 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 la.
stay safe with Safely. Schedule now.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
Architecture and interior design? Find a 3D designer today.
Come on. Come on. What happened to... monkey some up in here. Yes. Little monka. Should we could do a couple animals up in here now I think about it. Yeah, I'll just do a squirrel. Yeah. Put a little seed growing on this dude's head. Oh, that'd be kind of funny if it was like he's growing a little plant too. That would actually be kind of hilarious. Is this copyright free? Yep. Alright, I think we're done, everybody.
I guess I'll put a signature in it. I'll call it a day. Another day, another victory for the OG, the Lord of Lords, and the King of Kings, the Lord Jesus Christ. Where are we gonna sign this up in here? So, I'm gonna just do a little signature. We actually just might do it right here by the wheel. Maybe we'll just do it right here. We'll just do it with green. I don't want it standing out too much. We'll do a little peace sign on that thing too. I think we're done, everybody. That is the drawing for today. I actually really like this one. This one actually really doesn't hit, actually. This one's gnarly, actually. It's probably one of the gnarliest fairy nights I've done, actually. Pretty gnarly. Pretty gnarly for me, personally. Now we're going to put it on the wooden thing and call it a day, everybody. Oh, you know what? We're actually going to put a fish right here as well. For becoming a fisher of men. Actually, I don't know if that's what it really means. It was actually just a hidden symbol for early Christians in the beginning. Go. We done, everybody? Look at that. Man, this one was gnarly, bro. This one really was... I think it was gnarly. I like this one. I feel like I didn't get too stressed out with this one. I kind of was just like... We're just going with it. Yesterday I was like, man, the past 3 drawings have been super stressful. For some reason. This one is really... It's very smooth. We're using a wood thing to put it on. There you go, everybody. Oh, can I get a good thumbnail with the camera setting like that? I guess I could push it. Oh yeah, we could push one more. Alright, everybody. This concludes part of the stream. I'm gonna shut off the... By the way, shout out to Dave Smith right there. Dude's really gnarly. What in the world? This dude's a crazy writer. Been trying to learn a lot. This guy has given glory to God verbally in some of his edits. It's actually kind of cool. Very rare few. Oh my, that's kind of funny. Right when I say that, he does that trick. You see that trick right there? He just did a... Let me look at that again. Bro. Look at this trick right here. That's not a cliffhanger. Look at that. That is actually a hang 10 no-hander right there. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. This dude actually has verbally given glory to God and thank God in some of his edits. So because of that, because he said that, I've basically been on this kind of weird like quest to learn a lot of his tricks.
Shout out to Dave Smith. It's gnarly. Dude, look at that. Oh my goodness, dude, look at that. What in the world is that guy on? That guy is fueled by the Holy Spirit, I think. I don't know. He might. I don't really know, actually. But he has given glory to God, so. Anyway. I'm going to shut off these. We're going to get a thumbnail. Call it a day. I guess we'll get some close-ups. These are the verses we put in. James 3:18. And a harvest of righteousness is sown in peace by those who make peace. Proverbs 11:30. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and whoever captures souls is wise. I kind of put in the whole Matthew 4:19 of when we follow the Lord Jesus Christ, he will make us fishers of men. Oh, is this copyright free? I don't think that is copyright free. Yeah. Got a little Mookie. Colt bike. The only company that's ever hooked it up. Shout out to Ryan Morales. It's kind of weird. Sometimes I ask the Lord, I'm like, out of all the bike companies, there's a lot of bike companies out there. This is the only bike company that's ever hooked it up. So I'm trying to, I don't know if I should be, I'm trying to, like, I mean, they're the only company that's ever hooked it up, so I'm just, now I've had many friends that rode for companies, but in terms of an actual company that hooks it up, the only one so far. But if you guys are if there are any other out there, I mean, I'll rock your parts if you would want to send them to me or something, like, but this is the only company so far, and that's why I rock them. And yeah, I guess we got some close-ups in here. We got a little peace sign right on that thing because, you know, sowing peace or something like that. We got a little Easter egg on here. We got a peace sign right there, and we also have a heart right there because we're supposed to love our enemies. Yeah. We also have a peace sign on this because of the armor of God, the shoes of the gospel of peace, boots of the gospel of peace, or however you want to say it. Alright, peace out, guys. Keep it up. Let's give glory to the Lord. Let's learn how to steward things for the Lord. I don't even know if I'm stewarding all this right, so I apologize, Lord, if I'm not stewarding it right. I'm trying to, anyway. I don't know, right? But we could attempt to. We try to acknowledge God in all our ways, but I don't know if I'm doing it right. We can give it a go, though. Adios, everybody. Adios.